Protest politics aims to shape people's perceptions of what is possible in politics. Instrumental action, too, is designed to change the terrain of politics, even when changing minds is not possible. In the early stages of protest, activists work hard to convince potential members that they have grievances that deserve to be addressed by authorities. Protest organizations also aim to shape people's confidence in themselves and their judgments of themselves and others. One young feminist organizer in the 1960s remembers not being sure it was totally legitimate to pursue activism strictly for women's concerns. 38 Before the movement raised their consciousness, many women did not understand how political, economic, and social structures systematically limited their options. Other groups, minorities, gays, handicapped, elderly, also needed to go through a process of consciousness raising before they could stand up for their interests. If it is sophisticated, a movement can change the way people view themselves and how others view them. Protest organizations are mixtures of confrontation and negotiation. The emphasis, at least in the early stages, is usually on confrontation. If a group gets the attention of government or industry, it can then enter into negotiation. Usually, that can happen only after the group so insistently presses its cause that the system is forced to acknowledge its legitimacy. The beginning of negotiations marks a turning point for most protest organizations. By talking with authorities, activists acknowledge their legitimacy as authority figures. While protest is very unstable and unpredictable, negotiations inevitably follow formal agendas and schedules. The style of rhetoric shifts from demand to request. Once groups agree to sit at a table as equals, the style of politics shifts from fundamental challenge to division of benefits. Negotiations often involve a technical vocabulary that government or business experts speak better than activists. Talks can get bogged down in procedural or minor aspects of the activists' complaints, diminishing the debate over major objectives. Conflicts between groups often turn on protagonists' mental states about their character. A group can gain the upper hand by asserting its own innocence and reasonableness, while getting the opponent to feel some sort of guilt. But if the dynamics of blame can help an outsider gain some moral leverage, it is not enough to negotiate a settlement of the complaint. Shelby Steele wrote, "A bargainer says, 'I already believe you are innocent and have faith that you will prove it.' A challenger says, 'If you are innocent, then prove it.' Bargainers give in hope of receiving, challengers withhold until they receive. 39. Political power depends on the parties gaining recognition as legitimate voices in political discussions. The entrenched powers accept the challenger, and vice versa. Strategically speaking, those actions that are answerable have the best chance of leading to negotiations because they leave room for dialogue. The civil rights movement invited the American public to engage in a long-term exploration of the roots and consequences of institutionalized racism. Steele wrote, "Nonviolent passive resistance is a bargainer's strategy. It assumes the power that is the object of protest has a genuine innocence to morally respond, and puts the protesters at the mercy of that innocence." I think this movement won so many concessions precisely because of its belief in the capacity of whites to be moral. 40. Other kinds of confrontation, violence, vulgar expression, attacks on the identity of the opponent do not leave room for negotiation of a group's legitimate concerns. Most violence, for example, gives authorities a rationale for striking back rather than discussing the protesters' concerns. The mental trick for the necessarily blame-oriented activists is to choose the right time to move from demand to discussion. If the activists come to the bargaining table too soon or too late, they risk being co-opted or ignored. A Boston housing activist illustrated the ambiguity of protest tactics when he entered into an agreement with a major bank to set aside funds for low-income housing loans. As one observer said of the $140 million alliance between activist Bruce Marks and Fleet Financial Group, some organizations may be fearful of biting the hand that feeds them. 41. But if activists do not negotiate, they risk limiting a movement's gains to a few concessions rather than a reconfiguration of power. Jesse Jackson embodies this tension. He is an enigma because he practices the politics of both challenge and negotiation. 42 The movement back and forth between the two styles at times maximizes leverage but also confuses adversaries and supporters alike. Ultimately, in a democratic system, the goal of political action is to change the hearts and minds of not only the opponent but also the larger community. When extraordinary politics can help to forge a consensus on an important issue of common concern, it can be a constructive and liberating form of politics. The question of violence. Violence has always been an undercurrent of political conflict. Theorists such as Thomas Hobbes have argued that violence is a fundamental part of the human condition. Violence shadows people even when it is not actually occurring. In Leviathan, Hobbes wrote, "So the nature of war consisteth not in actual fighting, but in the known disposition thereto, during all the time there is no assurance to the contrary." 43. The potential for physical conflict between activists and their adversaries, the police, and bystanders always lurks beneath the surface of extraordinary politics. 44 Violence forces the system to react, a major goal of all protest. At the same time, violence polarizes people. Almost always, violence undermines the legitimacy of the cause in the eyes of the community. Because of its dramatic impact, violence poses a constant temptation for political activists operating outside the system. Violence can produce a major impact on all four dimensions of strategy. Its force is strong and direct. Properly timed and placed, it can upset the ordinary flow of politics. Its impact on the mind of the public can also be strong, though often it is a negative impact. Ultimately, the costs of violence usually outweigh the benefits in democratic regimes. Violence is the exertion of physical force to injure or damage persons or things. Violence can be direct or indirect. Violence causes injury by forcibly eliminating or reducing the capacity of its objects. Some theorists of violence extend the definition beyond direct physical harm. 45 A person might be the victim of psychological violence, for example, as a result of physical confinement, verbal threats, or sustained situations of discomfort. As a presidential candidate, Jesse Jackson decried economic violence, referring to the instability and vulnerability that results from convulsive economic transformations. Under an expansive definition, any physical coercion or restriction of free will or capacity might be considered violence. According to the classical sociology of Max Weber, the state holds a monopoly on the legitimate use of force. 46 The government may exert violence to assert its control over society's affairs. Such use of force is rare, however, for citizens usually consent voluntarily to prevailing arrangements. Nevertheless, the potential for the use of force exists in virtually every encounter citizens have with the police, though that potential always lies below the surface and explodes only occasionally. The instruments of violence have become broadly available in recent years with the expansion of technology and weaponry. In the absence of effective gun and ammunition restrictions, there are almost as many guns as citizens in the United States. Even attempts to outlaw weapons like submachine guns have foundered. As the terrorist bombings at a federal building in Oklahoma City and New York's World Trade Center have made plain, materials and recipes for explosives are openly available. One expert on terrorism reported that he had collected 1,600 books that provide information on building bombs. 47. Most activists agree that violence is inappropriate for the everyday conduct of politics. But some activists consider their cause to be outside the normal rules of politics and are willing to use violence to attract the attention of the community or to undermine the operations of strategically located institutions. Violence disrupts the normal functioning of government and business and shocks the public. Such a shock to the political system can cause profound changes in thinking and policy. For example, in the wake of the riots of the 1960s, a presidential commission warned that class and race threatened the nation's peace and legitimacy. The so-called Kerner Commission called for a full-fledged attack on the sources of urban discontent, such as poverty, unemployment, racism, and inadequate housing and services. 48 The 1992 riots in Los Angeles and other cities in the aftermath of the acquittal of police officers involved in the beating of a motorist generated similar vows to address the problems of poverty and the inner city. The political power of violence comes from its sudden or unexpected quality, which can induce fear and uncertainty among elites and the public. People can be so taken by surprise, so physically struck and traumatized, that they lose their capacity for effective response. Violence also takes unpredictable twists and turns. Because political violence is rare, its occasional use becomes a profound statement of frustration. The United States confronted a spate of violence in the 1990s that underscores both the power and the impotence of violence. L.A.'s three-day riots were the most devastating in American history, costing 40 lives, 5,000 businesses, 40,000 jobs, and damages totaling as much as $1 billion. 49 The 1993 terrorist bombing of the World Trade Center in New York City, killed 5 and caused hundreds of millions of dollars in damage. In 1995, a small clique of anti-government malcontents with connections to the growing state militia movements were charged with bombing a government office building in Oklahoma City. Meanwhile, an anti-technology zealot dubbed the Unabomber sent or delivered explosives to figures in computer and other scientific research and in the business world. These events showed the power of violence to attract national attention to grievances at the end of the 20th century, even if the aggrieved parties did not enjoy significant political support. Activists often consider the use of violence when they reach one of three defining moments: the point of total obscurity, a stage of steady decline in their following and influence, and when they are close to attaining important influence and change. For the most disconnected people in society, violence is cheap. It requires little planning and few resources. Violence is also a sign of rapid decline. The use of violence by the Weathermen faction of the Students for a Democratic Society, the anti-abortion movement, and Black Power movements came when they had lost momentum in their campaigns. Violence is also used when movements are close to some victory. This is especially true for revolutionary movements. Francis Fox Piven and Richard A. Cloward have argued that disorder is the only effective means for repressed groups to press their demands. Disorder always poses the possibility of violence and creates fear in the minds of adversaries and the public. The labor, civil rights, and welfare rights movements all won their greatest gains in the aftermath of public disorder, according to Piven and Cloward. When the basic institutions of society lose their legitimacy, protesters can use violence to contribute to the public disorder and thus to force authorities to respond to their demands in order to restore order. Piven and Cloward have documented dozens of examples in which violence or other forms of disruption caused government authorities to respond with real benefits and changes in policy. Rent riots in New York in the early 1930s, for example, led to full-scale riots. The result was that 77,000 families were returned to the homes from which they had been evicted. Commenting on similar violence in Chicago, Piven and Cloward noted, these tactics frequently culminated in beatings, arrests, and even killings, but they also forced relief officials to give out money for rent payments. 50. In other words, properly timed, violence can yield important results. On occasion, protest groups adopt violence as the core of their strategy. The Black Panther Party, in response to widespread police brutality in Oakland and other cities in the 1960s, adopted violence as a form of self-defense. The Panthers stockpiled guns, ammunition, and various forms of bombs for eventual use in a revolutionary struggle against local, state, and federal authorities. More important than the actual use of violence was the rhetoric surrounding the weaponry. The weaponry served as a symbol of the Panthers' defiance, a signal of the depth of their grievances and feeling of exclusion from the American system. By taking the policing function into their own hands, the Panthers in a sense withdrew from the regime. Other groups have adopted a similar self-defense justification for violence. Malcolm X maintained that there was no middle ground between political acquiescence and revolution, since the state reserved the right to use violence to enforce its control, people seeking change might have to resort to violence. Malcolm wrote, I am for violence if nonviolence means we continue postponing a solution to the American black man's problem just to avoid violence. If it takes violence for the black man to get his human rights in this country, I'm for violence exactly as you know the Irish, the Poles or Jews would be if they were flagrantly discriminated against. 51. It is difficult to say what forms of violence Malcolm would consider acceptable. Self-defense is a clearly justified use of violence. But the case is less certain in riots, organized vigilantism, and attacks on public and private property and officials. Malcolm himself constantly revised his views on the subject as he matured. The political content and significance of violence is ambiguous. Consider the riot. On one level, much of the activity of a riot seems devoid of meaningful political content. People attack property and other people, often randomly, with the goal of destruction. Once the riots are in progress, looting becomes rampant, with no urge greater than material acquisition. One Detroit rioter confessed, people was trying to get what they could get. The police was letting them take it. They wasn't stopping it, so I said it was time for me to get some of these diamonds and watches and rings. 52. Taking goods from a jewelry or electronics store cannot be termed a purely political act. Politics is a process of engagement, and looters do not tend to initiate debates or organize follow-up actions. In other ways, however, riots and other violence do contain political content. Certain patterns suggest the political nature of violent flare ups. Riots usually follow an event that symbolizes the indignities suffered by a community. Targets of riots tend to be the people and institutions most responsible for perceived injustices. Participants in riots express a strong feeling of we-ness lacking at other times. The rhetoric of rioters and their supporters expresses a pent-up rage toward the people and institutions responsible for their plight. Often riots follow periods of social and economic change that expose the gap between those who benefit from the change and those who do not. In addition, some riots have clearly identifiable leaders or at least authority figures. In the aftermath of some riots, politicians may actually present agendas for reform. The symbolism of violence underscores both its political and non-political aspects. The ability to commit violence for reasons other than survival stems from an ability to conceptualize hatreds, as Howard Zinn has noted. Violence assaults not just the direct object of attack, but whatever the object represents. To many blacks, for example, a Korean grocery store in an inner-city neighborhood represents the unequal treatment of blacks and immigrants. Attacking that store, in a sense, serves as an attack on that unfairness. On the other hand, committing violence requires a process of dehumanization that undermines political dialogue and engagement. It is hard to attack something that one accepts as human, and easy to attack something that one considers subhuman. In violent attacks, Zinn wrote, the object of attack is deprived of its particularity. 53. Violence rejects the complexity of its target, so it can never enter into a deep and meaningful discussion with or about that target. No discourse, no politics. Excluding periods of war, the riots of the 1960s comprised one of the periods of greatest political violence in American history. From 1964 to 1968, at least 220 people were killed, 8,300 injured, and 52,000 arrested in the aftermath of riots in scores of cities. In the month after the assassination of Martin Luther King in 1968, 27,000 people were arrested in riots in 172 cities. 54 other major riots in U.S. history include the New York draft riots of 1863, a series of labor riots at the turn of the century, and the Los Angeles riots of 1992. A number of prison riots and takeovers stemmed from political grievances and shaped the national political agenda. The Attica riot of 1971 exploded after years of seething resentment about arbitrary sentencing and poor and inhuman prison conditions. The riot, sparked directly by the murder of a prisoner who had served 10 years of an indeterminate sentence for stealing $70, followed a major transformation of the prisoner population. Some prisoners began making connections between their personal ordeal and the social system. They turned not to individual action but collective action. 55. The prisoners' focus and determination produced an alternative political society until troops stormed the prison. Attica was quickly followed by prison revolts at prisons in Massachusetts and other states. Those and other instances of prison activism produced some legal and administrative reforms. 56. Violence is a crucial, but not exclusive, strategy of urban gangs. Gangs do not hesitate to use violence to achieve political and social goals because the system seems to gang members to be distant, unresponsive, and repressive. Gangs hold significant power and even legitimacy with the community and local government. Government agencies and private groups often negotiate with gangs over city services and police. Usually formed on the basis of race or ethnicity, gang organizations use violence and intimidation to control turf, to protect their economic operations, to develop macho identity and loyalty, and even to gain support in the neighborhood. Gangs, in essence, fill a vacuum in neighborhoods left by ineffectual local government. Gangs hold the legitimate use of force in many neighborhoods. Many governments recognize the prestige that gangs hold in the inner city and negotiate over a wide range of programs and services. Martin Sanchez Jankowski has concluded that gangs have a more direct and instrumental relationship in cities with a culture of political machines. As the staffs of these politicians recognized, gangs represented an integral part of the community and, as such, a resource. After all, gangs are organized, they know the people in the community and the community knows them. 57. To be sure, violence conveys a terrible eloquence and directly confronts the power structure. But violence also contains many strategic disadvantages. First, government controls the most lethal forces of violence. Second, violence is difficult to control. Third, violence drives away potential supporters of the cause. Fourth, violence undermines public discussion about the group's grievances. These disadvantages probably outweigh any advantages that violence might offer to a movement. The most obvious argument against the use of violence in extraordinary politics is that it gives the advantage of physical strength to the opposition. Activists' violent capacity pales into insignificance next to that of the state, so violence is usually effective only to shock the system. The government controls the military, reserve forces, police, and the use of a huge bureaucratic and disciplinary apparatus. The public may support some violence as a means of breaking through the clutter of public dialogue, but not as an ongoing tactic. Advocates of unregulated ownership of guns claim that arming ordinary people can prevent government tyranny. Wayne LaPierre, for example, a leader of the National Rifle Association, claims that the 20th century provides no example of a determined populace with access to small arms having been defeated by a modern army. 58. But the examples LaPierre provides: Afghan resistance to the Soviet Union, Vietnamese resistance to France, and the United States involve insurgency backed by heavy arms like rockets and missiles. Those heavy weapons were provided by other governments through direct military intervention, covert action, and underground arms sales. It is misguided to think that ordinary people stockpiling rifles and shotguns can defend themselves against government military forces, particularly in a democratic system. The only major violent tactic that puts the government at a disadvantage of physical force is guerrilla or terrorist action. When activists strike stealthily or threaten specific sites with bombs or other kinds of attacks, they can cost the government millions in security and defense efforts. The 1995 Oklahoma City bombing created a nationwide state of alert. A threat to bomb an airplane leaving Los Angeles International Airport in 1995 caused law enforcement authorities to blanket the state's airports with intensive security. "We're eating out of his hand," one criminologist said of the threat. 59 But the government has the resources to track down terrorist elements. Violent factions of the 1960s movements met a swift demise when government agencies mobilized to apprehend the criminals involved. Nonviolent action, in contrast, actually neutralizes the government's arsenals of physical force. Since democratic governments depend on a sense of legitimacy, any action that undermines their popular consent can undermine the regime. When the government responds violently to nonviolent actions, the repressive nature of the relationship is exposed. Police beatings of peaceful civil rights demonstrators in the 1960s, for example, starkly revealed both the justness of the cause and the illegitimacy of a system desperately in need of reform. The second argument against violence is that it is hard to control. Effective political action requires flexibility, an ability to respond quickly to changing circumstances. Keeping adversaries off balance affords activists the opportunity to confront them at their soft spots. Developing a wide repertoire of tactics is more difficult for groups that embrace violence. Violence offers little room for ambiguity or reversal. Politics requires enough empathy to put oneself in the other party's shoes and a willingness and ability to compromise. Violence itself offers little room for either empathy or compromise. But violence usually discloses its perpetrators and justifies a counterattack. Splitting the adversary into factions, some of which might be willing to negotiate, is usually foreclosed with violence. Violence causes the adversaries and their allies to unite. Of course, this is not always true. Politics is a complex and fluid process. But people tend to close ranks when confronted with the ultimate threat of violence. Survival instincts take over. Violence presents movement leaders with organizational difficulties as well. Controlling violent tendencies becomes more difficult once violence is used for the first time. It can be so intoxicating to some activists that lesser actions seem inadequate. Violence also alienates activists who want to achieve legitimacy and become part of the permanent process of political bargaining. A third disadvantage of violence is that it alienates potential supporters and opens the way to a strong backlash against the movement. Outsiders who might otherwise be sympathetic to a cause are repelled by groups using violence. Violence also does not appeal to the better nature of the opponent. Even some of the toughest adversaries can be persuaded to concede some of the protesters' arguments. Violence usually produces a backlash. The public's desire for order exceeds its sympathy for violent protesters' grievances. Gene Sharp, a theorist of nonviolence, has noted, "There should, in fact, be no dismay or surprise at repression. It is often the result of the opponent's recognition. 60. The public may be so angered and frightened by protester violence that it sanctions severe reprisals." In fact, police in Los Angeles were criticized for not responding quickly enough to the outbreak of riots in 1992. In the name of restoring order, government officials may undertake a number of repressive and unconstitutional measures. 61 The Federal Bureau of Investigation, for example, infiltrated organizations that espoused the use of violence or self-defense and deprived members of basic rights. The FBI's infiltration of the Black Panther Party in Chicago led to the murder of 2 members in a 1969 raid. FBI actions also instigated a shootout in Los Angeles in which 2 party members were killed. The government exploited its mandate to respond to violence forcibly in the late 1960s and early 1970s when acts of terrorism in the United States and Canada peaked. The government's campaign was effective enough to wipe out the movements that were based on violence. 62. The final liability of violence is that it hinders political debate. Violence is not discursive. To commit violence is to declare the uselessness of dialogue. If the purpose of extraordinary politics is to force the opponent to acknowledge the importance of a cause, violence might be counterproductive. Violence brands the activists as incapable of constructive political engagement. Occasional eruptions of violence are inevitable but cannot sustain extraordinary politics over the long term. To develop an effective and sustained challenge to the political system, activists must combine a wide range of tactics to pressure the authorities and force major changes in politics and society. Activists' greatest moral advantage in a democracy is the demand for open dialogue founded on basic values like fairness, equity, and rights. Violence undermines this claim. Talk of basic democratic values: majority rule, open participation and debate, tolerance of difference, equality of opportunity challenges the opposition to justify its policies or privileges. Most major institutions in democratic society claim to support these values, and so they must show some kind of good faith to maintain support. When protesters resort to violence, they forfeit their credibility in discussions of the shortcomings of the regime. Their adversaries can avoid accountability when protesters resort to violence, deflecting criticisms of their own behavior by attacking the protesters' violence. Theorists of nonviolence stress that the strategy is not passive but rather can be the most active and engaging kind of political behavior. Nonviolent actions can provoke adversaries to respond in virtually every kind of situation. The very practice of nonviolence gives the movement a halo effect, especially when its adversaries respond harshly to reasonable requests for dialogue. Most important strategically, nonviolence is flexible whereas violence is inflexible. Rather than to depend on one dimension of struggle, nonviolent activists use a wide variety of tactics and adjust their actions to fit the circumstances. An extensive repertoire makes the movement less predictable and allows it to form coalitions with a wide range of groups. Reconsidering strategy. Activism requires more than calling the public's attention to grievous problems. Protest is not enough. The development of an organization, the training of activists, and constant attacks on the weak spots of the system are also necessary. Constant combat, both visible and stealthy, enable activists to wear down the regime and appeal to the broader public. As activists engage the public in a dialogue framing the issues in a way that both resonates with and challenges dominant ways of thinking, they need to weaken their opponent's ability to survive a protracted movement. A wide-ranging and flexible repertoire of actions, both visible and invisible, is essential. Because protesters possess fewer reliable resources than most of their opponents, they must concentrate their strength at the points that seem vulnerable. Clausewitz made a point about war that applies also to extraordinary politics: there remains nothing, therefore, where an absolute superiority is not attainable, but to produce superior force at the decisive point, by making skillful use of what we have. The calculation of time and space appears as the most essential thing to this end. 63. Also, because of limited resources, activists can succeed only when they take on others' causes and expand their own visions of the good society. As journalist Derek Z. Jackson has argued, only unconventional alliances empower people without a regular voice in government. To sustain such alliances, women's, civil rights, and gay and lesbian groups must grow from self-interest politics and amplify each other's causes. Feminists, invisible when Guinevere was sunk, need to deal with their own racism. Men of color need to condemn domestic abuse and stop crying racism to hide sexism. White homosexuals have to avoid a self-absorption that resulted in leaving African Americans out of the struggle against AIDS. African Americans have to drop the homophobia that drips freely from many mouths. 64. By combining resources, the have-nots and have-littles can put pressure on vulnerable points of the political system and gain a voice in the larger community. At the same time, dissidents need to learn the principles of jujitsu, the art of using the adversary's strength for one's own purposes. Cesar Chavez was able to use a provision of labor law that discriminated against migrant farm workers to the benefit of those workers. Since agricultural workers are excepted from federal labor law, the farms that employ them are also not covered by laws against primary and secondary boycotts. Chavez organized effective boycotts of lettuce, grapes, and other farm products to press the migrants' cause and publicize their grievances. Chavez in essence converted agricultural exceptionalism from a liability to an asset by employing the boycott. 65. The element of surprise is important in jiu-jitsu because it puts the opponent's power on the defensive. Activists applying this principle against the substantially greater power of elites can thus change the terms of debate and undermine normal political processes. Saul Alinsky, the organizer of the Woodlawn organization in Chicago, argued that real, attainable objectives were a necessary starting point for activism. 66. This pragmatism is not necessarily limiting, because the group's objectives expand as it meets these early objectives. In order to gain the confidence of the people in the neighborhoods, for example, work to obtain minor but necessary goods and services for the South Side neighborhood. 2 was able to expand its agenda each time it achieved these goals. Similarly, American communities organized for reform now used an obscure provision in Arkansas welfare law to press officials to provide funds for furniture. Acorn built on that success to obtain assistance in clothing, housing, energy, and food. Eventually, Acorn developed into a nationwide advocacy organization. Much of politics in the media age turns on the idea, articulated by Michael Lipsky, that publicity is the most effective way to arouse people to action. Protest politics is partly about attracting attention and using that attention to open up the dialogue about established political practices and ideas. But it is also much more than that. Protest would offer only occasional means of politics if it always required publicity and broad community engagement. Even if they do not attract much public notice, activists can resort to a great many ways to confront and shape the political system. Knowing the full range of tactics, and knowing how to put them together, is the main work of an activist campaign. 6. Tactics of activists. Strategy provides the melody of political action, and tactics make up the notes and beats. Without strategy, political action would have no aim or form, it would be a jangle of discordant noises. But at the same time, without a complete repertoire of specific tactics, the melody of politics would lack substance. Strategy and tactics, the overall shape of action and the particular components of that shape, are both essential to the development of political action. The strategy of political protest, as discussed in the previous chapter, derives from 4 dimensions: time, space, force, and mind. Activists must make their actions fit the limitations of these dimensions. Somehow, their actions must deal with the tempo of politics that operates in the political system. Activists must confront their adversaries at the specific points that are vulnerable to challenge. The force that activists use must put pressure on their adversaries. That force also must fit within the parameters of acceptable politics in the political system. Violence in a democratic system is usually considered illegitimate and provokes a backlash by both the public and the government. Finally, activists must appeal to the mind of the community. A political strategy that does not appeal to supporters and detractors ultimately fails to make a lasting impact. It is a passing sound and fury without significance. Extraordinary politics, in other words, demands a balance between strategy and tactics. Gene Sharp, one of the leading thinkers on nonviolent action, has noted, the specific acts of protest will be most effective if they fit together as parts of a comprehensive whole, so that each specific action contributes in a maximum way to the development of the successful conclusion of the struggle. 1. Too much attention to small-scale actions, or tactics, can isolate activists from their long-term goals. Activists become mere technicians when they focus solely on short-term actions against their opponents. At the same time, strategy, the vision of how protest will transform the political system, is empty without an understanding of the innumerable small actions necessary to make it all work. The play of tactics and strategy has implications for the larger political system as well. Groups that make extravagant demands on public and private authorities without a well-charted course toward those demands raise and dash the hopes of followers. They turn extraordinary politics into the politics of disappointment rather than the politics of empowerment, and also damage the credibility of the group and its goals. If extraordinary politics cannot deliver on its promises, it risks becoming just another force for fragmentation and cynicism. The protest politics that has shaped American political landscape at the end of the 20th century has seemed to veer between the error of largeness and the error of smallness. In 1995, Louis Farrakhan, the leader of the Nation of Islam, called for a demonstration of 1 million black men in Washington, D.C., with no coherent plan for follow-up actions in national or local politics. The AIDS activist group ACT UP staged street theater and picketed pharmaceutical companies without any overall strategy for inducing the establishment to rethink its approach to the disease or its victims. Feminists pursued a wide variety of tactics from local protests for gay rights to national lobbying campaigns against Supreme Court nominees, but experienced difficulty in confronting the crises of work, family, and violence that threaten ordinary women and their children. The environmental movement operated as if one hand did not know what the other was doing, with eco-terrorists adopting tactics of warfare in the forests and jungles and mainstream groups hoping for influence through bureaucratic agencies. Movement after movement failed to match the kind of coherent, coordinated strategy and tactics that civil rights activists had used to topple legal racism a generation before. This chapter surveys the range of tactics available to political activists outside the ordinary processes of politics and then explores the creative ways the tactics can be combined into a coherent strategy. The 1963 Civil Rights Campaign in Birmingham, Alabama, best exemplifies the creative development of strategy from disparate tactics. Tactics. Writing of the conditions of the battleground during war, Karl von Clausewitz said, "The commander of an immense whole finds himself in a constant whirlpool of false and true information, of mistakes committed through fear, through negligence, through precipitation, of contraventions of his authority, either from mistaken or correct motives, from ill will, true or false sense of duty, indolence, or exhaustion, of accidents which no mortal could have foreseen. In short, he is a victim of 100,000 impressions, of which the most have an intimidating, the fewest an encouraging tendency. Point 2. The leaders of protest movements face similar sets of shifting conditions. In contrast to classic military action confronting the enemy head-on, protest thrives when it encourages contradictions and confusions. Because protesters almost always have inferior forces, they must unsettle the established arrangement of power rather than simply to confront it. An unsettled state of affairs, advantageous as it is for challengers, also creates problems of coordination. In a way, disorder has to be managed. For the most part, because of the numerical superiority of the ruling forces, protesters must select specific points to attack. Surprise and timing are critical to undermining the structure of power at these crucial points. Once the system has been undermined at a particular point, the overall balance of forces may change and the struggle may continue to another stage. Victory in one encounter may make it easier to recruit followers, amass resources, and gain public attention, though media activists insert themselves into public and private institutions to apply pressure. A number of formal structures and processes provide the tools for doing so. For example, the Community Reinvestment Act of 1977 requires banks and other lenders to make substantial loans to the communities that are the source of their deposits. Civil rights statutes and court decisions also provide formal means to support extraordinary politics. Corporate boards offer another arena for infiltration. By recruiting proxies for the meetings, protesters can get into the belly of the beast they are fighting. Direct confrontation is most likely with groups that are most vigorously excluded from the formal system of politics. This approach requires little long-range planning or coordination. It is, in a sense, a cheap way to start a political engagement. The civil rights movement, the Black Power movement, ACT UP, Earth First, and gay rights movements all relied on in-your-face tactics designed to confront power holders. After getting noticed, negotiations are possible. Negotiations present a dilemma to extraordinary politics because they tacitly acknowledge the legitimacy of formal political structures. Before entering into talks with their adversary, activists must have a stable base of support and a secure identity so that they can avoid co-optation and divide and conquer strategies. Discussions with adversaries threaten to absorb activists into a process of compromise that may undermine their basic principles. The environmental movement is especially prone to co-optation. The utilitarian, cost-benefit orientation of government and industry, which entails the development of scientific standards of acceptable risk, trump the environmentalist demand for the protection of nature for its own sake. Pesticides, for example, cause just 2% of all cancer deaths each year, a figure that seems within the range of acceptability until one realizes that the annual toll is 10,000 deaths. 3 Compromise is essential for society to function. but the terms of compromise must take into account the full range of considerations and not just the positions of established groups. In his study of the environmental movement, Mark Dowie concluded, compromise works best when it comes from a synthesis of extremes. 4. The tactics available to activists offer diverse ways to poke and prod the political system to cause reform. But without some overall form, tactics cause only minor perturbations. The difficulty of extraordinary politics lies in combining the tactical pieces into a coherent whole strategy. Refusal. The most straightforward form of resistance is simple refusal to follow legal or accepted norms or procedures. Refusal is a simple denial of the obligation to perform some specific act or fulfill some specific role. Refusal ranges from silent evasion of formal responsibilities to a broad, cooperative rejection of social norms and actions. Civil disobedience, the conscious violation of law for moral purposes or claims, has a long history in the United States, from Henry David Thoreau to Martin Luther King and even to figures like Jack Kevorkian. Withdrawal of consent from the system forces authorities to respond. Refusal may bring about some form of retaliation or a willingness on the part of the public and officials to listen. In either case, the issue is brought into the public agenda, where it might be developed further. Protesters have used a number of forms of refusal. Recent examples include the refusal to participate in the military draft during the Vietnam War, the refusal to pay taxes to support the Pentagon, and the refusal to follow military orders during the Persian Gulf War. In the months before the 1991 United States engagement in the Gulf, thousands of members of the armed services repudiated their commitment to the military. 5. In addition, draft-age men acted to avoid service. Counselors and activists reported that the anti-war activism in those few months exceeded that of the first several years of the Vietnam War. 6. The recourse to civil disobedience extends from matters of war and peace to controversies over private morality and conscience. Starting in 1990, a Michigan doctor named Jack Kevorkian helped people with terminal illnesses to commit suicide despite state laws banning such a practice. Despite criticism of his assisted suicide practice as macabre and even exploitive, Kevorkian continued despite the threats of arrest and jail. "This is not about death, but about the quality of life and the freedom to choose," he said. Kevorkian staged hunger strikes when he was imprisoned, using the language of civil disobedience: "I will not cooperate in my own enslavement, and I will look down on the rest of you people who are still in the dark ages, and end it all." 7. The effectiveness of refusal depends on how many people participate, how long they are willing and able to resist, and how effectively they communicate their resistance to the public. The draft refusal movement of the 1960s had a profound impact on the public debate and even the Johnson and Nixon administration's conduct of the war. The efforts received frequent media coverage. At a 1966 conference, 500 men publicly disavowed the draft, and soon lawyers, clergy, and others were involved in supporting roles. The symbolic potency of young men burning their draft notices in public places strengthened the protests. By performing this act of protest in a visible place in the public arena, the men showed a willingness to accept the consequences of their actions, which underscored their seriousness. At the same time, many young men were avoiding the draft in less dramatic ways, such as moving to Canada and other refuges, obtaining conscientious objector status, gaining deferments from education or family obligations, or purposely failing military physicals. These instances of refusal produced less drama, but cumulatively they produced a devastating silent rejection of the war's legitimacy. Protesters in Massachusetts and elsewhere have refused to pay taxes that would be allocated to the military. Though the government prosecutes the activists, their willingness to persevere and the support they receive from neighbors create difficulties for the government. When the Internal Revenue Service seized a couple's home and attempted to auction it, neighbors made the kind of offers that the government could not accept, thereby undermining the government's attempt to seize its due in taxes. Neighbors turned the auction into a rally to publicize United States budget priorities and policies in Central America. The tax refusal did not change United States policies, but it threw a monkey wrench into the gears of government. 8 Conservative activists, guided by a zealot's claim that the Constitution cannot compel payment of taxes, also have taken up tax refusal to protest government's growing role in American society. One IRS official has testified that hundreds of thousands of people file protest returns or assert a right not to file returns. 9. Activists on both right and left in the 1990s confronted the judicial system's strict rules of evidence and law as well as the perceived biases of prosecutors and judges with the jury nullification movement. Activists urged juries to disregard judges' instructions and even plain evidence when considering cases involving broad public policy implications. These activists claimed that the United States Constitution intended for juries to exercise more discretion than the modern judiciary has ruled is permissible. The remedy, according to the activists, is to render verdicts that promote their vision of the public interest no matter what the particulars of the case might warrant. The tradition of jury nullification among Americans extends back to the acquittal of John Peter Zenger, a Revolutionary War hero prosecuted for crimes against the British Crown, and later the acquittals of activists involved in the Underground Railroad movement against slavery. Paul Butler, a former Justice Department prosecutor, has argued that black jurors should acquit fellow blacks regardless of the evidence when convictions and jail sentences would not protect the community. Butler rejects the argument that harsh treatment of black criminal suspects is intended to protect black communities and asserts that incarceration often damages the legitimate interests of all concerned. Black people have a community that needs building, and children who need rescuing, and as long as a person will not hurt anyone, the community needs him there to help. Assuming that he actually will help is a gamble, but not a reckless one, for the just African American community will not leave the lawbreaker be. It will, for example, encourage his education and provide his health care and, if necessary, sue him for child support. In other words, the proposal demands of African Americans responsible self-help outside the criminal courtroom as well as inside it. 10. If understood in this broader context, jury nullification could provide a powerful means to challenge the narrow goals of the criminal justice system and community responsibility. The classic moment of political refusal in American history was the colonial refusal to pay the stamp tax in 1766. That protest marked the beginning of overt public resistance to the British Empire. The protests spiraled from this refusal to include the burning of effigies and a mob's burning of the home of Massachusetts Lieutenant Governor Thomas Hutchinson. The use of violence shocked and offended most colonists as well as British agents, but the refusal to pay the stamp tax was almost absolute. The action eventually forced the Crown to back down in an early stage of a tug-of-war between the mother country and colonists. Refusal can impose severe costs on the political system. Civil rights activists refused to pay bail or cooperate with authorities when they were arrested for demonstrating in Selma, Birmingham, and other hotspots of the movement. Activists adopted a jail, no bail strategy not only to overwhelm the criminal justice system, but also to prevent the authorities from obtaining the revenues they would need to put down the demonstrations. One civil rights leader in Sumter County, Georgia, explained to followers in 1963 the crippling effect of refusing bail. Don't forget that our fines and court costs every morning are helping to pay for new police cars and extra policemen who are just here to intimidate Negroes. 11. Strikes and stoppages. Work stoppages by laborers, teachers, and students represent a particularly forceful kind of refusal. To be effective, these actions require widespread cooperation. They are most effective when they occupy public space and prevent others from taking their place. The goal is to cause such an inconvenience that public pressure builds for some kind of concessions or accommodations for the strikers. The character of strikes ranges from the listless and formalistic walkout to the belligerent wildcat and sit-down strikes. Besides obstructing the normal operation of the economy, strikes make important public statements about the relations between important segments of the community. Pickets and other public displays are important parts of the strike. What spaces may be the site of picketing has long been a contentious issue in American labor relations. The Taft-Hartley Act of 1947 limits the site of picketing to the direct targets of the union's activism. Organized labor has fought for years to change the law to allow picketing of additional workplaces that have only indirect connections to the labor dispute. Such a law would allow workers to expand the scope of conflict and express solidarity with one another, which could have a devastating impact on the normal operation of the economy. The legality of strikes depends on the circumstances. United States labor law allows work stoppages but also requires that workers adhere to certain procedures during a strike. The Supreme Court has banned strikes for workers with contracts that imply no strike clauses and where issues could be arbitrated by third parties. The result is that the right to strike now banned 99% of the time or more, except for certain window periods when the contract would end, according to labor lawyer Thomas Gogan. So if miners were worried about a safety problem, they couldn't go on strike, at least during the contract 12. United States law provides for bureaucratic intervention to head off strikes and also allows companies to hire replacement workers, which negates the walkouts costs to the firm. The strike is part of ordinary politics in many countries, but in the United States it is often a tactic of extraordinary politics. The American labor movement, hampered for years by an individualist culture, decentralization, and feudal interpretations of the employer-employee relationship, gained legitimacy in the late 19th century with a series of violent strikes. The railroad industry was the crucible of union organizing, with strikes involving the Baltimore and Ohio and the Pennsylvania railroads in the 1870s, the Gould lines in the Southwest in the 1880s, the Pullman, Illinois, strike in the 1890s, and a national strike on the eve of World War I. 13. Spontaneity and surprise were vital elements in the labor movement's development. Wildcat strikes, spontaneous uprisings that do not have the leadership or imprimatur of the union organization, are effective because management cannot prepare or use its full resources against the strikers. Wildcat strikes represent revolts not only against management but also against the workers' own union representatives. As such, wildcats are a more dramatic statement of the crisis of legitimacy in the company. Because of their illegality and power to halt the whole production process abruptly, such uprisings are more dramatic than protests and demonstrations. The United Mine Workers' wildcat strikes of the 1970s confronted not only the power of the industry but also the power and legitimacy of the courts. Because of the high risks of such actions, wildcats usually signal extreme unhappiness among workers, particularly the workers on jobs requiring the most skillful cooperation. 14. General strikes can paralyze the entire economy and indeed serve as a revolutionary tactic. Syndicalism, the doctrine that a system can be overthrown in a massive wave of crippling strikes and replaced with a confederation of unions and local economies, had many adherents in the United States as well as in Europe in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The International Workers of the World, founded in 1905, was a syndicalist movement that rejected that usual collective bargaining approach of labor unions. The IWW was really more of a movement than an organization, Stanley Aronowitz wrote in his History of American Labor. The revolutionary ideology of the IWW infused its organizing tactics. It was prepared to employ any means necessary to achieve the goals of the class war. 15. As Aronowitz noted, the IWW's logic was simple: what management could cede in one set of negotiations, it could take away in another. Only fundamental change in capitalist relations could address the real needs of workers and society. The IWW's comprehensive vision died in the 1930s with the onset of the Great Depression and New Deal legislation that established protections for basic union organizing. Although system-wide work shutdowns have occurred in European countries like France and Poland in recent years, the United States has not experienced such a massive wave of labor resistance. The strike has also been an important tactic of students and tenants. The varieties of strikes include lightning strikes, bumper strikes, sickouts, and temporary work stoppages. 16. The effectiveness of strikes that take the form of workplace and college building occupations varies. After a while, both the activists and the general public can tire of the confrontation, leaving room for authorities to end the protest. Students who shut down the campuses of public colleges in New York City in 1991 failed to sustain their activism beyond 10 days because of growing student concern about canceled classes and public impatience with the siege. Students chanted, "Students united will never be defeated." But fatigue, falling public support, dwindling food supplies, and competing individual goals and interests undermined the activists' efforts. 17. Strikes and work stoppages gain power by interrupting the flow of everyday social action. Deadlines and routines provide the scripts of everyday life. When those scripts are changed, especially by outsiders, whole social practices come into question. Blockage and subversion. To interrupt the normal operations of public and private institutions, activists sometimes resort to blockage and subversion. Primarily a spatial tactic, blockage involves the placement of bodies and objects in the way of people attempting to carry out their duties for the targeted institutions. Subversion involves physical attacks on the institution's materials or procedures. Activists usually feel compelled to make extraordinary claims to justify their actions. By upping the ante, they create a sense of uncertainty in the community. Earth First activists put spikes in trees scheduled for cutting, poured sugar in the gas tanks of earth-moving equipment, sat in trees for days at a time, and chained themselves to trees to disrupt the activities of logging and other extractive interests. The organization justified its monkey-wrenching activities by arguing that irreplaceable ecological processes hang in the balance and only dramatic action can protect the earth. Various in-force confrontations. Sit-ins of black students at Southern lunch encounters successfully brought down segregation in drugstores and other public places. Students and others who sat at Woolworths and other lunch counters often suffered violent reprisals by police and other white racists. The confrontations displayed to the nation the tension and violence underlying race relations in the South. A generation later, Dissent confronted society with the unavoidability of homosexuality and the AIDS crisis. Primarily gay activists lay down in the streets, public squares, and office buildings to dramatize the horrible toll of the disease. The activists demanded that onlookers change their attitudes about both homosexuality and AIDS. "We're here, we're queer, get used to it," was the defiant cry of many protests of a 1990s splinter group called Queer Nation. Overzealous performance of duties can subvert normal routines. Bureaucrats, who typically manage their jobs' overwhelming demands by taking shortcuts, can undermine an organization's efficiency with exaggerated fealty to formal rules and procedures. Police officers in New Haven protested a disciplinary ruling against fellow officers in 1992 by writing an excessive number of tickets. During a ticket blitz, police wrote 500 to 700 citations for moving violations, more than 10 times the normal amount. The blitz aroused the public and put the controversy at the top of the city's agenda. 18. Outright takeovers of public space can force authorities to negotiate. The anti-abortion movement has succeeded in frightening doctors with its demonstrations and blockage of abortion clinics. Worker sit-down strikes have forced management to the bargaining table at key moments in labor history. Takeovers of administration buildings were responsible for a renegotiation of the social contract between universities and students on issues pertaining to curriculum, faculty hiring, and campus life. The very identity of institutions can change dramatically as a result of occupations. After a takeover of Gallaudet University in 1988, deaf students forced the hiring of a deaf person for university president and changes in the paternalistic ethos of the school. Moving into alien spaces offers the opportunity to confront the public as well. Gay activists travel in groups to the controlled environs of Disney World every year to embarrass the theme park's patrons. Squatting, setting up living arrangements in buildings, parks, or public spaces is a tactic common to poor people throughout the world. Squatters claim control over common space and even other people's space. When the occupied territory is marginal, the government often allows the squatters to stay and improve the area. Usually, however, police are instructed to remove the squatters right away. The most famous squatter settlement in American history was the Camp of United States Veterans in Washington, D.C., Seeking early payment of bonuses earned in World War I, President Herbert Hoover ordered federal troops to take over the camp at Anacostia Island, where 20,000 once squatted. The importance of squatting became evident in New York in the 1980s and 1990s when squatters improved burned-out buildings and laid the groundwork for the gentrification of the area. Taking buildings that were little more than four walls in neighborhoods infested with drugs and crime, squatters refurbished whole blocks in the Lower East Side of Manhattan. When city police evicted the tenants of several buildings in 1995, the squatters claimed that they should be allowed to stay since they improved the area's conditions when no one else in the city would. Enrique Arizapina Garicano, one of the leaders of the group, said, "We rebuild it. We save it. Now, after all the work and all the money we put into it, the city is coming and taking it from us. Why didn't the city evacuate us 10 years ago?" 19. Protesters against the dumping of nuclear wastes in the Mojave Desert, concerned that the radiated materials would endanger the water supply of Southern California, camped out in the desert in 1995 after bureaucratic and judicial channels had been exhausted. About 1,000 activists occupied the 1,000-acre land tract in October and vowed to stay until federal authorities agreed to put the wastes elsewhere. "People are going to stay on this site until this dump is stopped," one Greenpeace activist vowed. "And I don't think anyone here cares how long it will take, but this thing will be stopped." 20. Aside from obvious takeovers of space, activists can make the spaces of their opponents unusable in other ways. The Center for Reproductive Law and Policy in 1993 documented 50 instances of chemical attacks on abortion clinics. Anti-abortion activists have drilled holes in walls or doors to release chemical agents such as foul-smelling butyric acid, and also released chemicals into mailbox slots and under doors. Because of unclear language in federal and state statutes, authorities have done little to investigate the attacks. 21. The United States has long been thought to be free of the terrorist activities that threatened Europe and the Middle East. But left-wing attacks in the 1960s and right-wing attacks in the 1990s belied the claim that it couldn't happen here. In 1995, anti-government extremists detonated a bomb at a federal building in Oklahoma City to protest allegedly authoritarian tendencies in the government. The bombing drew national attention to the Michigan Militia Corps, a group of anti-government zealots with as many as 10,000 members who were preparing for armed conflict with the federal government. The militia, part of a nationwide movement, was directly linked to the bombing. 22. The potential of the militia movement is difficult to assess. As one community activist noted, how many people were in the Weather Underground in the 60s? Dozens, maybe, but now thousands of people with guns are talking to each other about fighting the government. I'm not really worried about a mass uprising, but about the loner who decides that it's time to kill the mayor. 23. An anti-technology zealot sent mail bombs to or placed them near 16 government, industry, and university scientists and others between 1978 and 1995, which killed 3 people and injured 23 others. The so-called Unabomber explained his political motives in a rambling letter to the New York Times, in which he promised to stop the terror if he were given space in a major news publication to express his anti-technology feelings. The New York Times and the Washington Post agreed to publish the Unabomber's Manifesto, an essentially anarchist treatise calling for large-scale structures to be broken into small pieces. As political action becomes more and more subversive, the activist's message is distanced from the action. Bombing a building, for example, distracts the activists and the public alike from the specific grievance involved in the attack. It also increases the chances of government repression and public disfavor. Publicity and symbolism. Protesters, like other political actors, often succeed just by putting the spotlight on some sensational aspect of the issue of their concern. The publicity can be so controversial that authorities are forced to address their concerns. Perhaps the most potent form of symbolism is the simple massing of people to demonstrate for a cause. Virtually every major movement in the United States has expressed its ideals and grievances with marches and demonstrations. The extensive use of symbolic statements and presentations in extraordinary politics stems from a desire to confront the hidden or taken for granted understandings of how society operates and ought to operate. By challenging the beliefs or complacency of the audience, activists can prod them into action on urgent public issues. Activists challenge and subvert common understandings to undermine the legitimacy of established institutions and practices. The goal, as Saul Alinsky noted, is to rub raw the resentments of the people of the community. 24. A protest group's power depends on how much power the targets think it has. If protesters can make a dramatic statement, it might make authorities wonder whether the dissidents have a large following. The power of demonstrations depends on their size and their ability to put pressure on authorities at decisive moments of debates. The 1963 March on Washington occurred during congressional consideration of landmark civil rights legislation. The march, attended by about 250,000 people and witnessed by millions more on television, displayed the dignity and determination of activists to become part of mainstream America. Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech became a classic of American oratory that reverberates in contemporary discussions of race. More than 30 years later, the 1995 Million Man March demonstrated the need for atonement and reconciliation. The gathering was marred by the controversy surrounding its organizer, Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan. The Washington establishment largely ignored the march, and its impact might not be determined for decades, when the message of independence and responsibility plays out in communities across the nation. Take Back the Night demonstrations provide another example of the power of symbolic ritual. These rallies offer women a chance to confront their fears of violence and rape and to raise awareness in the community. At a demonstration at the University of Colorado in Boulder, for example, rituals included chanting, meditating, burning lists of pain and suffering, and smashing eggs that represented the perpetrators of violence. The rituals provided an opportunity for women to acknowledge the dangers and fears of their lives as well as to unloose emotions and create a sense of empowerment. One participant recalled, "The ritual experience has left me with a feeling of a strong woman as a part of my being. I think the ritual and therapy blend together, but the effect of the ritual is much more immediate and tangible." 25. The rituals also created an opportunity for bonding that is not available for many women in a competitive, individualistic society. Participants at the rally reported that they felt safer and more connected with others after the event. 26. Symbolic statements have always been an important part of activism's repertoire. The most famous symbolic act in American history was probably the Boston Tea Party. The delivery of symbolic objects, the spilling of blood, the burning of symbolic objects, the staging of vigils, the display of provocative objects, the staging of street theater, and the display of symbolic objects all cause officials and the public to pause to consider the implications of long-accepted values. In a backlash, anti-gay groups challenged the sanctity and spiritual dignity of gays by demonstrating at funerals of AIDS victims, carrying signs and shouting slogans against homosexuality. Other groups have used even more imaginative means to gain publicity. One cable television subscriber with technological know-how used a cable satellite to beam his image into television screens to protest increases in cable rates. Some individuals and groups have publicly vowed to break the law or help others to break the law, such as military draft regulations. Women at Brown University, having obtained no response from the administration to their complaints about date rape, decided to write the names of assailants on bathroom walls. The 1990 rape listings prompted a full-scale university debate. 27. In 1995, faced with state court orders to allow gays and lesbians to march in Boston's traditional St. Patrick's Day parade, organizers redesignated the parade a protest and won the right to control who participated. The United States Supreme Court later supported the parade's exclusivity and anti-gay political message. Children's crusades offer an effective way to dramatize grievances. Because children are the embodiment of innocence, retaliation against them is considered ruthless. Children also represent the nation's future consumers and decision-makers, so businesses and politicians are reluctant to confront or attack them. The civil rights movement placed children at the front lines of many demonstrations to dramatize the gap in humanity between the forces of segregation and the forces of integration. Years later, children occupied the front lines of a campaign against the use of non-biodegradable materials by the McDonald's fast food chain in 1990. The demonstrations and boycotts involved a broad swath of the public, but, as observers noted, the kids are the unkindest cut of all, since they have always been Ronald McDonald's particular targets. 28. Even when they do not play an active role in protest, youngsters are often used to advertise the innocence of a cause. AIDS activists used the death of a young boy named Ryan White to illustrate that the deadly disease affects more than just gays and drug addicts. The culture wars of the 1990s included two tactics designed to reveal controversial groups to the public. One of those tactics of exposure was the outing of prominent figures who are homosexual. Groups like Queer Nation combat the taboo of homosexuality by exposing the private lives of gays in public forums and publications. The practice has been harshly condemned as a violation of privacy at a time when homosexuality still carries a stigma and can damage people's careers and personal lives. 29 Proponents of outing claim that it explodes stereotypes about homosexuality by showing the public a wide range of respected figures who are gay. Outing also confronts the hypocrisy of prominent public officials who are homosexual but work against gay and lesbian rights. Conservative figures like Terry Dolan, the leader of the National Conservative Political Action Committee, lose the offensive when they are forced to confront the contradictions of their politics and their lives. Another tactic of exposure had a more negative intent. The Light Up the Border actions along the Mexico border in Southern California are intended to drive away illegal immigrants crossing the United States-Mexican border. People irate about immigration drive to the border at night and shine their automobile lights on aliens attempting to get into the United States illegally. 30. Funeral processions often serve as poignant symbolic expression of grievances. The somber mood of such a gathering gives the statements of protest an aura of incontestability and transcendence that other gatherings do not have. Funeral processions were a central part of protest in South Africa in the 1980s because the segregationist regime banned public demonstrations. Such processions also have galvanized communities in pluralist systems like the United States. In the aftermath of riots or murders, activists in New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles used funeral processions to express the depth of sorrow and anger about the incidents and the political system. In another symbolic display after death, one activist arranged for his corpse to be delivered to the United States Capitol to protest government policy on the AIDS epidemic. 31. Symbolic displays gain potency from religious and existential symbolism. Pouring blood, for example, can dramatize sacrifice and suffering. Pouring blood on government files, as activists did in Vietnam War protests, stains the status of the agencies that conducted the war. The anti-war activist Daniel Berrigan wrote, "But now, behold, on a November morning, the cabinet, a veritable sanctuary, stood void, violated." 32. Symbolic staining can make sensorially perceptible the actions of the state or other target of protest. 33. In 1995, activists spilled blood on a Smithsonian Museum display of the Enola Gay, the airplane used to drop an atomic bomb on Hiroshima in World War II, to raise questions about the morality of the bomb's use. Such protests marked the system off from the opponents of the system. In different contexts, blood pouring can bind people together, sanctifying protest and creating bonds among disparate people. Political spectacles, Murray Edelman wrote, help to politicize the public and so keep it both apprehensive and hopeful. 34. Spectacles do not create new policies to solve problems. Their goal is both broader and narrower, to raise awareness and disturb people's sense of the acceptable and the possible. A rally's challenge does not focus on a specific alternative but rather builds an appreciation of the range of discourses, perspectives, and political realities. 35. Other political tactics are essential in order to act on these challenges. Boycott. Organized efforts to refuse to buy or use certain products or services attempt to hit the target where it hurts the most in the pocketbook. Activists target agencies and firms that engage in questionable practices. In recent years, activists have increased the use of boycotts to protest both public and private interests. The most controversial issue involving boycotts is whether to target only the entities that engage in the questionable practice, or also to target other entities that indirectly support those practices. Another issue is whether the withdrawal of patronage should be targeted to the questionable practice or all of the entity's activities. With the broader approach, protesters can put more pressure on people allegedly involved in the injustice, but the wider swath could also provoke a greater backlash. With the narrower approach, fewer people have to pay for the injustice, but the specific injustice can be highlighted more vividly. The Montgomery bus boycott of 1955 to 1956 was the most momentous boycott in modern American history. Blacks in the Alabama capital refused to ride the buses unless they were desegregated. Virtually every black in the city honored the boycott, which lasted a year and created devastating losses for the private bus companies. The boycott served as the focal point of the early civil rights movement, educating people in the tactics of nonviolent action. It also confronted segregation in both public and private realms. By hitting the private companies in the wallet, the protesters prompted the city's business establishment to pressure public officials for change in the city's racist social structures. Boycotts can change the balance of power and the way people talk about specific issues. Boycotts of companies doing business with Rhodesia and South Africa contributed to the downfall of those racist systems in the 1970s and 1990s. Those boycotts not only helped to spur an exodus of international investment in the racist regimes, but also raised world consciousness and strengthened the resolve of activists in the country. Cesar Chavez, the migrant farm worker organizer, spearheaded boycotts of grapes and iceberg lettuce in the 1970s that forced corporate agriculture to the bargaining table. 36 A consumer boycott of the Nestle company forced the corporation in 1984 to pull back its controversial sale of infant formula in third world countries. A boycott of General Electric organized by 500 organizations led to the company's withdrawal from nuclear weapons work in 1992. In 1995, a worldwide boycott of Shell Oil, organized by Greenpeace, prompted the corporation to reverse its decision to dump toxic wastes at sea. Unions have refused to use materials that are produced or distributed in offensive ways, thereby shutting down the production process. Such a boycott is really an amalgam of boycott and strike. Workers may refuse to use parts that were produced by non-union labor or by companies with objectionable policies. American workers refused to use materials from companies that conducted business in South Africa during the anti-apartheid movement. Although boycotts usually have liberal motivations such as those discussed thus far, this not always the case. One of the first major boycotts in the United States occurred when the League of Deliverance tried to prevent Chinese inroads into the economy by boycotting businesses that employ Chinese. More recently, fundamentalist Christians organized boycotts of corporations that advertised on television programs they found to be offensive, producing a new system of content review of the major networks. Often a boycott from one end of the ideological spectrum provokes a counter-boycott from the other. As the British Weekly, The Economist, Riley noted, giving in to the demands of anti-abortion campaigners just invites a boycott from their anti-abortion opponents. 37. Like most forms of protest, boycotts create a dynamic with a logic all its own. Even if a boycott does not produce direct economic damage, it can hurt a company's reputation. Corporations spend millions of dollars every year trying to present a certain type of image, and if you can somehow damage that image, you are going to indirectly cost the company a lot of money, observed one expert on boycotts. 38 Boycotts that bruise reputations, if combined with real opportunities for dialogue between the activists and their targets, can change the way firms view their public obligations. Boycotts, especially consumer boycotts, offer effective means of applying political pressure because the costs are usually low. Foregoing the use of a product such as lettuce or a brand of coffee does not require people to rearrange their lives in fundamental ways. Alternatives to the boycotted products are usually easy to find. Also, the very process of rallying people to participate educates the public and embarrasses the target. The term boycott can be traced to an 1880s revolt of Irish farmers against an English land agent named Charles Boycott. The farmers acting illegally refused to talk with Boycott or work his land, tend his animals, and sell him goods. The goal of the boycott was the most devastating of human insults, ostracism. Even though the boycott has become dominated by consumer issues, it offers a tactic for broad-based political action of all kinds. 39. Sacrifice. Giving up one's well-being or even one's life for a cause makes the ultimate political statement. Sacrifice offers a dramatic moment of purification and commitment. People involved in sacrifice give their very body over to the cause. Their gesture tells the regime that they value the cause more than life itself. Such a willingness to suffer elevates the activist above others who are not so unselfish. The more intense the suffering, the greater the possibility that the community's conscience will be aroused. In one respect, sacrifice might be considered just another means to the end of publicity and symbolism. To be sure, activists who are willing to risk their own lives do so in the hope that it will raise public awareness and force public authorities to act to redress grievances. But in another sense, sacrifice represents something different. Sacrifice is a way to withdraw from the regime and even to destroy part of the regime. Under normal circumstances, citizens of the regime provide tacit consent by simply adhering to the rules and values of the regime. The body politic depends on the willing consent of its constituent parts. As Gene Sharp noted in his landmark study of nonviolent action, the power is reduced to the degree that he is denied authority. Where the loss is extreme, the existence of that particular government is threatened. 40. If the regime's parts threaten to destroy themselves, they threaten the regime itself. Fasting either individually or in groups, on a one-time, rotating, or continual basis is a form of a strike that gains its power from the protesters' willingness to forego the means of survival. As a rite of purification, fasting makes a symbolic statement. But fasting also produces a crisis to which public and private officials feel impelled to respond. Whether the government responds by force-feeding the activists, ignoring them, or giving in to demands, the result is a challenge to the political and moral balance of power. Hunger strikes offer a powerful tactic to activists because they can involve a single individual or a whole group. The civil rights activist Randall Robinson staged a hunger strike in 1994 to force the Clinton administration to change its failed policy toward Haiti. Mitch Snyder staged a series of hunger strikes to force the federal government to address the problem of homelessness. Peace activists frequently use hunger strikes. Ministers seeking more liberal relations with Cuba conducted a two-day hunger strike along the United States-Mexico border in 1993. After negotiations with the State Department, the protesters were allowed to deliver medical supplies and office equipment to Cuba. During the strike, demonstrations occurred in 36 cities. 41 Government scientists staged a less successful hunger strike to protest the way government agencies responded to their research findings. 42 The long-term effects of these actions were likely to be small unless they became part of a larger movement of protest. One of the nation's greatest movements used hunger strikes as a central part of its protest strategy. The women's suffrage movement resorted to hunger strikes to get the attention of the recalcitrant President Woodrow Wilson. The suffragists caused a public outcry that helped to demonstrate the movement's strength to President Wilson and critics of women's suffrage. After almost 2 years of picketing and demonstrations, a number of activists were arrested and imprisoned. While in jail, 17 suffragists began a hunger strike, only to be force-fed through their noses. Under public pressure, the activists were released from jail, after which they toured the country to talk about their experiences. 43. Self-immolation is the most extreme form of sacrifice. Forfeiting one's own life and body symbolizes the absolute moral abhorrence of the existing state of affairs, a statement that all but precludes any aggressive response by the authorities. Self-immolation also offers a means of purification and a statement of solidarity with others. During the United States war in Vietnam, 8 Americans burned themselves to death as a protest. Surprisingly, given the drama, the first of these actions resulted in little public attention. The greatest public reaction came when a Buddhist monk in Vietnam burned himself to death to protest the war and the South Vietnamese regime. That action's potency stemmed from the protesters' spiritual calling, and it underscored the regime's questionable legitimacy. 44. Non-visible actions. Not all effective protest has the effect of rousing the public or creating open confrontation. Hidden actions can undermine a policy or regime if they make governing difficult or convey materials or comfort to activists. By their secrecy, they can create uncertainty in the minds of government and other officials. Movements in repressive regimes almost always require a secretive system of moving people and materials. Such systems undermine the operations and the legitimacy of the regime. When participants are apprehended, trials and other public events provide the opportunity for stating the dissident's case dramatically. The enormous risk assumed by participants strengthens their moral posture. Technology may be changing the dynamics of transmission of information. China's thriving computer networks help to maintain the underground democracy movement. The government cannot prevent activists to express ideas there that would never be permitted in public places. In the United States, the most dramatic conveyance was the Underground Railroad that moved slaves into non-slave states and Canada in the years before the Civil War. The movement began in the 1730s when the Spanish rulers of Florida offered their territory as a refuge to slaves. In the 2 decades before the Civil War, several thousand slaves were shepherded to freedom annually. Even though the railroad had no formal national organization, the people involved were well known in their communities. Because the railroad operated in the darkness of night, with careful sets of passwords and hiding places, the activists cut themselves off from authorities seeking to enforce the Fugitive Slave Act. In the 1980s, churches developed a sanctuary movement to move refugees from violent Latin American regimes to the United States and Canada. In direct violation of the Immigration and Naturalization Service regulations, church congregations helped refugees from El Salvador move into the United States. A church harboring refugees said in a statement, "We believe that justice and mercy require that people of conscience actively assert our God-given right to aid anyone fleeing from persecution and murder." 45. By referring to an otherworldly law, the activists created the intellectual space for alternative political structures. Many refugees were channeled north to Canada, which accepted them legally. At other times, activists have secretly conveyed materials vital to resistance. In anticipation of a possible abrogation of abortion rights by the courts, feminist activists developed an underground market in equipment for home abortions. 46 AIDS activists developed buyers' clubs for drugs that had not been approved by federal government authorities. Trade in weaponry has been an important part of some extraordinary political movements. Gang operations, which set up unofficial systems of authority in many inner-city areas, depend on the weapons and drug trades. 47 Domestic and foreign movements also engage in illegal conveyance of weapons and drugs. The Irish Republican Army, for example, has smuggled weapons from the United States and other countries for the struggles in Northern Ireland. 48 Sometimes the conveyance of literature, music, and other cultural expression fits under the rubric of extraordinary politics because of government or school censorship policies. 49. Exiting the community constitutes another form of invisible political action. The flight of draft dodgers to Canada and Europe during the Vietnam War played an important part in the debate over the war. The United States government accused 200,000 men of draft offenses, and more than 10,000 went underground. 50 Draft violations undermine the legitimacy of the war and the United States government, creating new political possibilities. At the same time, however, evasion of military service also removed many committed and bright people from the anti-war movement and raised questions about protesters' moral commitment. Dodging the draft rather than confronting it conjured images of cowardice for many mainstream Americans and activists alike. Secret conveyance, despite its invisibility, poses perhaps the most direct threat to a political regime. Activists who convey people or materials underground essentially remove themselves from the state's authority. The government cannot subdue what it cannot confront. Alternative institutions. At times, separation from the political process rather than direct conflict offers a preferred means of protest because it frees activists from tangled debates and compromises. Separation enables activists to maintain their independence and creativity and to avoid co-option. Factions of feminists, gays, communitarians, environmentalists, and fundamentalist Christians all have created alternative structures as part of their movements. These groups have found a vital freedom of movement outside the tumult of mainstream social life. America's spirit of rugged individualism reinforces the desire of persecuted groups to get out and form their own authoritative structures. The Black Panthers even established an independent police force in Oakland to counter what they charged was a racist city police system. The United States also has a long history of communes, which not only offer alternatives but also challenge structured social roles and train people for action. 51 Halfway houses, like the Highlander School, also provide alternative spaces where activists receive training for activism for civil rights, anti-poverty, labor, and environmental movements. Some institutions simply demand the right to do the same things as other groups with money and connections. For example, Radio Free Berkeley, an FM radio station, broadcasts from undisclosed locations without a federal license. The engineer who operates the station has been the target of law enforcement investigations. Alternative institutions sometimes evolve out of banned practices and sometimes of a desire to develop separate communities. Perhaps the most famous secret meetings of dissidents occurred in France in the troubled years leading up to the Revolution of 1848. Fresh from a rejection by the government, dissidents of modest reform proposals by the government held a number of banquets that ultimately led to the revolution. In the United States, funerals, black and feminist colonies, other utopian communities, church societies, and prison groups have served as sites of consciousness raising and organizing. Other tactics embody an element of separatism. The sanctuary movement of the 1980s, for example, not only provided an underground railroad for refugees, as mentioned previously, but also established new social networks. The movement created special structures for religious devotion, education, and legal aid. The feminist movement has made the most prolific use of alternative institutions. Encounter groups sprang up in homes and community centers in the 1960s and continue to provide a crucible for the development of critical ideas and new ways of relating to others. T.I. Grace Atkinson expressed the separatist impulse of many feminists when she said, "You cannot destroy oppression by filling the position of the oppressor. Since I have failed to get rid of the power position I hold, I have no choice but to step out of it." 52. In response to their exclusion from male-dominated groups like Students for a Democratic Society and the mainstream National Organization for Women, younger feminists formed new groups like the Red Stockings and collectives like Bread and Roses. Participants discovered that separate institutions allowed greater freedom of expression and identity than they could find in groups that interacted regularly with the rest of the social system. One feminist manifesto reasoned, "Separatism does not mean women individually leaving men and fending for themselves. It means women fighting together in a political, economic, and social struggle for power." 53. The Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party also operated as an alternative institution. Attempts to influence the activities of the mainstream state party had been futile, so civil rights workers set up their own party on the basis of principles of equality and openness. The party elected delegates and demanded to be seated at the National Democratic Party convention in 1964. The delegation was refused seating but caused a national sensation and forced national leaders to negotiate the future of blacks in the party. Alternative institutions were an important part of AIDS activism in the 1980s and 1990s. The groups not only offered a place where people with AIDS could find acceptance and mutual support but also maintained contacts with new medical research findings and the underground market for drugs that had not yet received federal approval for treatment. 54 The underground market constituted a direct rebuff to ordinary political processes. Other alternative institutions include inner-city gangs, which are often sophisticated organizations with great influence over neighborhoods and have branches in many cities, underground medical systems, such as the black market in drugs for treating cancer and the network of home abortionists that formed as the Roe v. Wade decision came under fire in the 1980s. Religious organizations, such as fundamentalist stealth organizations, and alternative communities that operate in isolation from the rest of the political and social system. A few groups, usually religiously oriented, attempt to create model societies with the hope that they will later be able to induce other communities to follow suit. Most of these cooperatives have modest goals to live away from the corruption of modern society, to raise children in a purer environment, and to provide an example to the rest of society. Some ambitions go further. Perhaps the boldest such project was the Brotherhood of the Cooperative Commonwealth, which attempted a silent takeover of Washington state in the late 1800s and early 1900s. The group hoped to take over communities one by one, establishing socialist systems of production and everyday life. When these communities demonstrated the superiority of cooperative living, other communities would seek to emulate them. 55 Since the 1960s, other groups ranging from environmentalists to feminists to religious zealots have attempted the same model strategy on smaller scales. Making tactics into strategy, Birmingham. To add a musical analogy to the discussion of strategy and tactics, the political activist is like an organist. Rather than playing a simple work on a simple instrument, the organist simultaneously works sets of different pedals and keyboards. The effectiveness of one action depends on other actions. The organist combines actions, in a carefully constructed sequence, to produce the desired sounds. The activist is a political organist, manipulating a wide variety of tactics to produce a coherent strategy of power. Coordination of tactics matters greatly for activists because they do not enjoy much entree to formal structures and processes. Without coordination, tactics are aimless actions that waste time and resources. To be effective, activists need to envision how their strategy will embody the chains of events they hope to produce. They must anticipate events and respond to unforeseen circumstances. Particular tactics work only in the right combinations and conditions. Responding to questions about whether nonviolent tactics work, Christopher Krugler remarked, "We might as well ask whether bullets work." The answer obviously depends on many factors. Are there enough bullets? Can one's soldiers shoot straight? Are they in the optimum place? 56. Tactics must be combined and coordinated in the right ways to produce the desired outcomes. The 1963 Civil Rights Campaign in Birmingham, Alabama, illustrates the strategic and tactical elements of a successful campaign. The four basic strategic dimensions: time, space, mind, and force shaped the demonstrations in Birmingham. First, the protesters wanted to use the element of timing to turn their opponent's strength against them. By crippling the business district during the Easter season, the protesters hoped to hit the business establishment in the pocketbook. Second, the civil rights activists hoped to take over territory with symbolic importance to the city's political elites downtown. At the same time, the group needed the refuge of the church to nourish and rejuvenate its people. Third, the activists paid serious attention to the psychological dimension of political struggle. The protesters revealed the segregationist power elite to be everything it denied being: brutal, weak, contradictory, confused morally as well as tactically. Finally, the protesters embraced a strategy of nonviolence, which highlighted not only their own righteousness but also their opponent's brutality. The movement carefully trained followers in the strategy and tactics of nonviolence, punishing anyone who used violence. The overall strategy was to raise public awareness and divide key elements of the local establishment. Throughout the campaign, the protesters followed a consistent strategy of publicizing the injustice of segregation, disrupting the institutions involved in the system, and protecting their own dignity through a strategy of nonviolence. The movement constantly adjusted its tactics. One day's tactics had to be dropped or modified the next day. When one way of confronting the system failed, the movement debated whether to change or stay the course. Unpredictable developments and outside forces constantly fed into the movement's debate about the proper strategies and tactics to pursue. The direct action campaign in Birmingham took place from April 4 until May 10, but it really started long before that. The civil rights movement struggled toward the end of 1962 to cope with its defeat in an Albany, Georgia, campaign, the rise of the Black consciousness movement, and the inaction of Congress and the Kennedy administration. The Albany campaign dealt a large blow to the movement because segregationists cleverly stifled protests without violence. Meanwhile, a voter registration drive in Mississippi encountered violence and failed to add more than a few blacks to the electoral rolls. Newspaper articles alleging that key movement figures were communists provided regular public relations distractions. The prestige of Martin Luther King appeared to be at its nadir. The civil rights issue also faded from public consciousness during the Cuban Missile Crisis of October. To the extent that the civil rights cause made any progress, it was due to a younger generation's new wave of organizing at college and high school campuses. After a Thanksgiving weekend conclave of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, a wave of sit-ins took place throughout the South. Overall, however, the movement stagnated. King and other civil rights leaders cast about for a new initiative to revive the movement. King considered asking President Kennedy to issue a second Emancipation Proclamation on the centennial of the first and discussed the possibility of a march to the White House to dramatize the demand. He negotiated with the White House for a ceremony on Abraham Lincoln's birthday. Finally, he explored the possibility of an all-out attack on segregation in Birmingham. As the most industrialized city in the South, Birmingham resembled a northern city. But it also had the reputation of being the most viciously segregationist city in Dixie. The city was nicknamed Bombingham because of the 50 explosions targeted at blacks since the end of World War II. While a campaign in Birmingham would surely be the toughest fight of our civil rights careers, King said, it could, if successful, break the back of segregation all over the nation. 57. At a January 1963 retreat in Dorchester, Georgia, King and others decided on a multi-stage campaign in the Alabama city. James Lawson of King's Southern Christian Leadership Conference traveled to Birmingham immediately to recruit volunteers and begin planning and training. 58 Lawson obtained pledges, raised money, got access to churches and other facilities, and developed detailed scenarios of how the protesters might steadily apply pressure to the city's political and economic elites. Lawson sketched a detailed plan of attack, which was premised on the idea that only a full-scale assault on the city's economic interests could produce a surrender by the regime of segregation. The SCLC's Wyatt Walker carefully calculated how much pressure the protesters had to put on the city's jails. Walker projected various bail costs to the SCLC's against jail costs to the city. Given the estimated value of Negro shopping power, he calculated the dollar and percentage losses to the downtown merchants from the boycott at various degrees of success. 59. The key was always knowing the relative costs to both sides. Because of an impending election, the movement had to improvise from the start. Birmingham was scheduled to elect a new mayor for the first time. The movement had to decide whether to hold off until the election and whether to give the eventual victor time to redeem himself in the eyes of the city's blacks. The movement did not play any role in the election campaign for fear of encouraging greater white support for arch-segregationist Police Commissioner Eugene Conner. Once the comparatively moderate Albert Boutwell defeated Conner for mayor, the movement did not allow a grace period. Regardless of who won the mayoralty, Fred Shuttlesworth said, "We didn't think that any system of government at that time would do what we needed to do." 60. The Birmingham campaign's planners concluded that direct action offered the only viable strategy to confront the city's entrenched system of segregation. Action had to occur before Easter to put pressure on firms that normally did big business during the holy season. The early stages of the campaign were as unsuccessful as the planning was secretive. Organizers kept plans secret from most of the community in the days before the campaign, though wiretaps alerted the government. Leaders like Fred Shuttlesworth only hinted at their plans in church sermons. The movement hoped to arouse blacks and give them courage for the weeks ahead. But turnout for the first few days of direct action was disappointing. The original plan was to confront downtown establishments with sit-ins. But on the first day of demonstrations, 4 of the 5 targeted lunch counters closed down to avoid confrontation. At the 5th, 21 protesters were arrested. The next day brought 4 arrests, not enough to put pressure on segregationists. The press, an important part of the effort to convey the message nationally, accentuated the negative. King considered putting himself on the line but decided that he was needed to shore up the sagging Birmingham organization. Mass meetings every night kept up the spirits of many activists, but something more dramatic was necessary. Finally, on April 4, the campaign switched tactics from sit-in to mass march. Shuttlesworth and 40 others were arrested after a brief march. The next day, Palm Sunday, another march attracted little more attention. Police intimidated marchers with canine units. Volunteers remained scarce. Media continued their negative commentary. To break the slump, King announced a few days later that he would perform a faith act by getting arrested at a march on Good Friday. That march attracted hundreds. While in jail, King wrote the powerful Statement of Civil Disobedience, Letter from a Birmingham Jail, which energized activists throughout the United States. That essay, which has become a classic of American dissent, brought unprecedented moral and financial support to the movement. By the time King had served 10 days in jail, the number of arrests reached 750. Thousands showed up at marches, and the White House began to take notice. The use of police dogs, broadcast on network television, caused national revulsion. The campaign's workshops on nonviolence attracted larger and larger crowds. Outside events like the murder of civil rights marcher William Moore and violence in Greenwood, Mississippi contributed to a growing sense of national crisis. The decisive stage of the Birmingham campaign occurred after another major tactical adjustment. After much internal debate, the movement initiated a children's crusade. James Bevel recalled, "We started organizing the prom queens of the high schools, the basketball stars, the football stars, to get the influence and the power leaders involved. They in turn got all the other students involved." 61. Youngsters marched by the thousands. On the first day of the crusade, May 2,600 were arrested, the next day, 250 were arrested. Nightstick, fire hose, and canine attacks on children dramatized the brutality of the segregationist system, though President Kennedy continued to call events in Birmingham a local concern. As the campaign continued, fundraising thrived. One mass meeting set a record with $40,000 in offerings. The movement intensified the pressure with another tactical shift. During the marches, some children broke away from the pack and temporarily eluded police blockades. The Freedom Dashes inspired tacticians to devise ways to get past the police and flood the central business district. Starting on May 4, children led guerrilla attacks at strategic points downtown. Concealing their banners until they got past police, they held many protests in the heart of enemy territory, leading to 150 more arrests. Within days, the previously safeguarded downtown was a sea of black faces. 62. Businesses panicked and pressed local government officials to negotiate with protesters, while others advocated the previously loathed option of federal intervention. A Justice Department official conducted negotiations like an international diplomat, shuttling back and forth between different groups. Keeping activists on board throughout the campaign was in itself a major chore. Movement leaders devised a number of activities to make sure that as few people as possible strayed from the flock. The daily mass meetings at the 16th Street Baptist and other churches fortified the courage and spirits of a black community that had been notable for its lack of activism. The church provided a sense of place, an environment where people could rely on friends and benefit from a sense of community and connection with God. Demonstrators repaired to the churches regularly not only to debate strategy but also to hear sermons, sing songs, and comfort one another. Classes in nonviolence helped to make the movement's tactics effective and to show the world the cause's justice and dignity. Protesters had regular contact with Martin Luther King's charismatic leadership. During the period when children filled Birmingham's jails and when violence erupted, King comforted parents and reassured parents of their children's safety, and in a single sentence, swept aside the pressures for a moratorium on the demonstrations. 63. Surprises and tactical adjustments were crucial to the movement's resilience throughout the Birmingham campaign. After police forced blacks inside 2 churches during the freedom dashes, fights and rock throwing broke out. But James Bevel quickly ended the unrest with his calm but forceful reminders of the virtues of nonviolence. Then, just as abruptly, with the news of a prominent folk singer's arrest, Bevel called for a new march. That march ended when protesters kneeled before police in prayer. Hallelujah! Protesters sang as they left for a gathering in a black park after confounding the police. After another instance of violence, activists agreed to a moratorium to allow time for negotiations. These negotiations led to the settlement that ended most formal segregation in Birmingham. Throughout the campaign, activists shifted back and forth between tactical extremes. The protesters appealed for support on the home front and outside the community. The target audience was switched from local to national. Conflict moved from the usual nonviolence to the occasional unsanctioned violence. Rhetoric shifted from the personal to institutional. Decision-making alternated between the secretive to the open. Targets shifted from political actors to economic targets. Rhetoric shifted from uncompromising to patient. Movement shifted from advance to retreat. Actions included both the choreographed and the spontaneous. Because of this flexibility, the movement was able to recover from disappointments and mistakes, build on successes, improve organizational strength, and baffle opponents. Birmingham officials often appeared to be fighting the last war and were blind to new tactics. The Birmingham campaign reverberated throughout the United States. It engaged the attention of the Kennedy administration and Congress, the media, and other peace and protest groups. King's letter circulated to close to 1 million people before he was released from jail, even though mainstream newspapers ignored it. In the 10 weeks following Birmingham, 758 demonstrations took place in 186 cities with 14,733 arrests. 64 It was, as King said, the movement's high water mark. The key to the Birmingham campaign was the application of a wide range of flexible tactics to the 4 strategic dimensions of protest. The activists learned from mistakes of the past and planned the campaign in excruciating detail. The leaders had the wisdom to change unsuccessful tactics and to try new tactics when conflict revealed the other side's vulnerabilities. Birmingham provides a textbook example of effective blending of strategies and tactics. Putting it all together. Politics, it is often said, is like a game. The players have different abilities and resources that determine whether they win or lose. Extraordinary politics is a way to change not only who wins the game but also how it is played. More than other forms of political action, elections, judicial and bureaucratic decision-making, and the legislative process, extraordinary politics questions the rules of the game. Practitioners of extraordinary politics consciously analyze the limits of ordinary politics and the possible challenges to established approaches to politics. Activists consciously accept and follow some rules while rejecting and defying others. More than many activists realize, extraordinary politics follows established rules and norms. Even though activists challenge the status quo, they follow the strategies and tactics of the activists who came before them. Activists make gradual changes to the repertoire of extraordinary politics but for the most part build on the legacy of their ancestors. The simultaneous acceptance and rejection of existing political processes in extraordinary politics has some important consequences. On occasion, activists revolutionize the system by working within the frameworks handed them by ancestors. But when activists reject the formal frameworks of politics altogether, they can create the kind of fragmentation and cynicism that produce less true reform and may even impede it. 7. Consequences of dissent. The impact of extraordinary politics on the American system is complex. Extraordinary politics exerts considerable influence on the dialogues and coalitions of contemporary politics. But the nation's political and economic system set the parameters of extraordinary politics. Extraordinary politics, then, transforms but is also transformed by the structure of the American system. Extraordinary politics also operates alongside other forces and processes. Political parties, mass media, intellectual life, and shifting settlement patterns, to name but a few aspects of modern life, occur at the same time that extraordinary politics rises in prominence. Nonetheless, it is probably safe to say that extraordinary politics has contributed as much as any other single force to the transformation of modern American politics. Except in periods of major crisis, ordinary politics is incremental. Rather than confronting fundamental questions, ordinary politics alters the status quo through innumerable adjustments. Extraordinary politics, driven by a frustration with the limits of ordinary policy making, challenges the political system. Extraordinary politics is visceral. By operating on the edge of questions of legitimacy, activism raises questions about the basic structures and everyday practices of politics. But to say that extraordinary politics has spurred major changes in the American system is to say curiously little. While extraordinary politics may spark the process of change, other political forces carry it forward. The role of extraordinary politics is ambiguous. Activists sometimes raise important issues and then get in the way of significant reform. Other times, the challenge of extraordinary politics meets an equally powerful backlash from ordinary politics. Activists might present an issue to the community only to see their ideas thoroughly rejected or co-opted. One student of extraordinary politics has noted the difficulty of measuring success and failure. The disruptive and cultural power generated by movements engaged in grassroots democracy has been the primary agency of reform in the United States. Yet this decisive impact on positive social change is easily hidden, since it is mainly indirect, one or more steps removed. To a significant degree, movement activities affect intermediaries such as media, public opinion, politicians, even disaffected bureaucrats, who are then perceived as the pivotal actors in producing change. Point 1. At best, then, only a provisional assessment is possible. Conventional approaches to politics suggest that the main objective of politics is to defeat or overcome some identifiable adversary. Robert A. Dahl's classic definition of power captures this perspective. A has power over B to the extent that he can get B to do something that B would not otherwise do too. Clausewitz's famous dictum that war is politics by other means also typifies this thinking. Thinking of politics in terms of A's and B's or war scenarios belies an all-or-nothing approach. Armies, for example, attack the enemy to wrest control of some clearly identified territory. Likewise, political parties seek to take control of the government, parents attempt to influence school board decisions, and neighborhoods seek to block undesirable local projects. The traditional measure of success and failure, who gets what, when, and how, 3 is important. Virtually all of the major movements in the United States have changed some fundamental policy. The civil rights, feminist, anti-war, handicapped, gay rights, and environmental movements have dramatically altered basic political relationships. These movements have expanded the pool of participants, put issues on the public agenda, and influenced policy makers in both the public and private sectors. But politics is more complicated than a simple tally of victories and defeats. A victory today may turn out to be just a skirmish in a much larger war. An apparent victory may mask real losses and vulnerability. Adversaries may offer concessions on some issues in order to contain and domesticate the challenger. Once the groups demobilize, authorities can restore a variant of the protested policy. Residents of a poor neighborhood in Chicago halted their protests against the construction of a new stadium in 1988 after protracted negotiations. The state stadium authority cut deals with some protesters, leaving others without any protection or an active organization to press their concerns. Point 4. Non-conventional conflict with a loosely organized challenger cannot be resolved by negotiated agreements, for there is no agent or group that can speak for the challenger and enforce compliance with the agreement, Anthony Oberschall has noted. Authorities will therefore make unilateral concessions exacted under pressure and rely on social control. 5. Small victories prove hard to consolidate into long-term policy. If they are not connected to a broader vision and strategy with reasonable means to pursue long-term goals, the movement might wither after a small-scale success. When adversaries offer activists token concessions or include activists on advisory commissions, the movement can be co-opted. Even beyond the issue of co-optation, it is not always easy to identify victories and losses. Losing can foster a group's agenda. When targets refuse to go along with protesters' demands, the protesters have more compelling evidence of the system's unresponsiveness and therefore more reason to be indignant, as well as a dynamic environment for recruiting drives. Activists played a mixed motive game when they protested the participation of a South African tennis team in the Davis Cup in 1978 at Vanderbilt University in Nashville. Had the university bowed to the protesters, the activists would have lost an issue that provided a strong base for organizing. Since the ultimate goal was to protest South Africa's apartheid regime, Vanderbilt's withdrawal would have meant the loss of virtually free publicity and public education about South African matters. 6. The university's rejection of the protesters' demands actually helped the anti-apartheid cause in the long run, not only publicizing the issues but also training new activists and testing new strategies of dissent. By involving ordinary people in efforts to change the system, extraordinary politics fosters collective identity and civic education. That ultimately might be the most important consequence of protest movements. Such identity and education become part of the political culture. Formerly meek people are changed forever by their participation in political and social movements. They gain intellectual, organizational, and social abilities that they previously did not think they could ever have. They also begin to see many aspects of their lives as complex social processes that require collective responses. Extraordinary politics changes the way people understand and talk about politics. Especially when they have little to lose, activists look at the world from theoretical perspectives different from those of establishment figures. In a way, only have-nots and have-littles can raise important questions about the dominant ideology because the haves have so much to protect. In the United States, the ideology of privatism, individualism, utilitarianism, and technical rationality has been challenged by groups ranging from radical students to conservative anti-abortion crusaders. Because of extraordinary politics, the system must somehow address the alternative perspectives of community and collective well-being. That is not always easy, and it does not always lead to coherent results. Ultimately, extraordinary politics must be judged on how it affects the whole system. Extraordinary politics is worthwhile, in the normative sense, only to the extent that it confronts political problems in constructive ways, which requires more than a clamor on behalf of vital issues. Constructive engagement requires a serious effort to raise issues, acknowledge and accommodate the complexity of public affairs, engage the groups with an interest in the matter, and educate and involve the public at large. Ultimately, constructive engagement might involve restructuring the institutions and practices that fit with the movement's values and goals. From protest to policy. Changing public policy is the most obvious goal of protest movements. Activists attempt to translate their demands into new laws, bureaucratic rules, or material benefits. On a wide range of issues: civil rights, war, community development, and reform of universities and other institutions, extraordinary politics has succeeded in this task. In a major study of political and social movements from 1800 to 1945, William Gamson found that almost half won tangible new benefits. Of the 53 representative groups that Gamson examined, 26 groups obtained a favorable response in each of their major areas of concern. 4 groups gained a few new advantages, and 3 groups achieved ambiguous results. 20 groups received no new advantages. 7 groups seeking to displace their antagonists had the least success. Even though the study is dated, it remains the most respected and comprehensive assessment of the consequences of dissent. Particular periods in American history suggest that the role of protest can be decisive in shaping public policy. Political and social movements played a major role in spurring the most active period of domestic policy making, Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal. The New Deal era was extraordinary in all ways. Protest was only part of the political and social ferment, though it was often just the push that reluctant legislators and bureaucrats needed. Legislation such as the Wagner and Social Security Acts of 1935 passed immediately on the heels of protest and social disruption. Waves of strikes and protests rocked the system after the stock market crash of 1929. The number of strikers rose from 183,000 in 1930 to 1,470,000 in 1934.8. The Townsend Movement, the rise of Huey Long and Charles Coughlin, and the increasing belligerence of the Communist Party shocked and frightened elites. Had he lived, Long could have held the balance of power in the 1936 election. In places with high bankruptcy and unemployment rates, people were not only angry but also organized. One typical member of Congress despaired that the protest movement's widespread following implies a threat to our existing institutions. 9. President Roosevelt told Labor Secretary Francis Perkins, "We must not delay. I am convinced. We must have a program by next winter and it must be in operation before many more months have passed." 10. The most obvious modern example of agitation leading to fundamental policy reform is the Civil Rights Movement. The movement was the catalyst behind the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the Open Housing Act of 1968, and the expansion of the welfare system. It also provoked an unprecedented involvement of minorities in electoral politics, a vast new network of court protections for individuals and groups, hundreds of laws in states and localities, and a host of programs in universities and businesses. The causality between protest and legislation is suggested by events in Birmingham and Selma. President John F. Kennedy equivocated and a conservative Congress consistently blocked legislation for equal access to public accommodations and other civil rights protections. Administration figures like Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy counseled a gradual approach to the issue. But when the movement took its case to Birmingham in 1963, the city's police violently attacked peaceful demonstrators. The attacks raised the stakes. In the 2 weeks after the Birmingham settlement, the Soviet Union broadcast 1,420 reports on the Alabama crisis, 7 times as many as after the crisis over James Meredith's admission to the University of Mississippi. Civil rights was a sore spot for the United States in foreign affairs, which itself contributed to the member passage of civil rights legislation. 11 The Selma campaign of 1965 produced a similar counterattack. After a murder in Selma, President Lyndon Johnson gave a speech for civil rights before a joint session of Congress, and within months the voting rights bill passed by overwhelming margins. 12 The long-term effects of the civil rights movement are undeniable. The number of black office holders in the United States increased from 1,479 in 1970 to 7,190 in 1990. Jesse Jackson ran influential campaigns for the presidency in 1984 and 1988, the second time attracting significant white support. Blacks and other minorities have increased their overall economic well-being. 1/3 of all black families can now be termed middle class, an unprecedented if incomplete achievement. Blacks hold influential positions in law, business, and the popular and fine arts. The flip side of black middle-class achievement is the isolation of the underclass in America's inner cities. 14 Picking up where the civil rights movement left off, a plethora of other rights campaigns have produced lasting changes in American life and policy. Women, homosexuals, people speaking other languages, the elderly, children, the handicapped, the mentally ill, and prisoners are all legatees and developers of the civil rights crusade. To varying degrees, These groups have used the language and strategy of civil rights to gain important places in the American system. Broad acceptance of the strategy of nonviolence is another important part of the civil rights legacy. The movement's traditions have made their way overseas as well. Human rights movements across the world have used the rhetoric and followed the strategies of the civil rights movement. The protests of the welfare rights movement also demonstrate a strong causal relationship between activism and policy change. With little formal organization and money, activists in the middle to late 1960s pressured state and local governments to liberalize welfare programs. Grassroots groups organized demonstrations and sit-ins in welfare offices with the hope of overwhelming their operation and forcing a basic reform of the system. Hundreds of demonstrations, with crowds ranging in size from 25 to 5,000, made basic administration difficult. By 1970, some 500 welfare rights groups operated in the United States. The activism dramatically altered the social welfare bureaucracy and broadened access to benefits. Welfare applicants filed 20 or fewer requests annually for fair hearings in New York City in 1966 and before. In 1967 they filed 4,233.15 between 1968 and 1972. With a conservative administration in Washington, the number of families receiving assistance still doubled from 1.5 million to 3 million. Disbursements, totaling less than $1 billion in 1960, reached $6 billion in 1972.16. Welfare offices also implemented important administrative reforms. In a short period, grassroots activism changed the face of American welfare. As the movement developed a formal nationwide organization, it split into factions and became vulnerable to the conservative backlash against the social policies of the 1960s. When the pressure was off, the roles were contained. But for the first time in American history, welfare was now understood as a basic right. When President Ronald Reagan attempted to devolve welfare programs to the state level in 1982, he was soundly and immediately rejected. The modern feminist movement helped to produce profound changes in public law, social policy, basic economic relationships, and the cultural landscape. Congress passed only 10 women's rights laws in the 1960s, but passed 71 in the 1970s. 17 The number of bills introduced in Congress doubled from the early 1960s to the early 1970s, and courts and administrative bodies mandated a wide variety of protections of women's equal rights. Formerly legally subordinate to husbands, without legal recourse to address grievances within the domestic realm, women now enjoy unprecedented access to legal protections and community institutions. Nearly 3/4 of women now participate in the paid workforce, one of the highest rates in the world. 18 Women have also created thousands of alternative institutions that provide space and support for issues ranging from health concerns to domestic violence to professional advancement. Women and girls still lag behind men and boys in virtually every sphere of American public and private life, but they have more opportunity and independence than ever before. Feminist activism was part of this profound transformation of gender in America. Like all movements, feminism has provoked a backlash. The New Right movement fought ferociously, and successfully, against the Equal Rights Amendment. The anti-abortion movement has challenged the legal and social foundations of the right to abortion established in 1973 by the Supreme Court. One important motive of the anti-abortion crusade is a desire to restore traditional women's roles and families. Widespread abortion is viewed by many conservatives as a symbol of widespread moral decay and the breakdown of the stable patriarchal system. But even the backlash against the women's movement has underscored the gains women have made. Conservative leaders like Phyllis Schlafly, despite their argument that the women's proper place is in the home, have served to legitimize public roles for women. The legacy of the peace movement is even more ambivalent. Scholars still disagree about whether the movement against the Vietnam War hastened the war's end. Former activist Erwin Unger states unequivocally that the movement forced the United States out of Vietnam, 19 but the effect was probably not so direct. The anti-war movement grew dramatically in 1965 with the escalation of the American presence in Vietnam, but the United States did not leave until the Viet Cong victory in 1975. Widespread public opposition to the war did not develop until the number of American casualties reached around 30,000. Anti-war sentiment declined in intensity after the Vietnamization of the conflict reduced the numbers of Americans called to service. Even if it did not directly end the war, protest restrained war policy. Presidents Johnson and Nixon were obsessed with the protests. During the 1969 mobilization, Nixon stated publicly, "As far as this kind of activity is concerned, we expect it. However, under no circumstances will I be affected whatever by it." 20. In fact, Johnson and Nixon both regularly considered how their decisions would play with the movement and the larger public. The presidents and their advisors believed that North Vietnam developed war strategy according to the levels of dissent in American streets. The North Vietnamese, said Johnson's Secretary of State, Dean Rusk, had no real incentive to negotiate because of the protests. 21 Nixon aborted a brutal attack on North Vietnam codenamed Duck Hook in 1969 after an aide warned about uncontrollable domestic violence that might follow such an attack. 22. The protests may have contributed to some distortions of American politics and policy. Protests drove both Johnson and Nixon to emphasize air attacks instead of the ground war. In all, the United States dropped more tonnage of bombs on Vietnam than all of the belligerents had in World War II. Just as perverse, concern with protest and public opinion encouraged both presidents' secretiveness and illegal activities. Johnson kept important information from the public because of fears that such knowledge would undermine public support for his domestic reforms. Nixon bombed Cambodia secretly to avoid the public outcry that surely would have resulted. Both presidents carried out campaigns of harassment against protest organizations, involving the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Internal Revenue Service. The student and peace movements produced profound changes on the nation's college campuses. About one-third of all students participated in anti-war protests in the early days of the Nixon administration. Some of the protests led to violence and takeovers of administration buildings. Many protests included strikes of classes. The protests may not have had a direct impact on the war, but they helped to change the relationship between the university and the military-industrial complex. At Stanford University, for example, a 9-day takeover of a laboratory led to the university's pulling out of some military projects. Dozens of colleges ended their affiliation with the Reserve Officers Training Corps and military recruiters as a result of protests. The anti-war movement planted the seeds for later peace activism. Mobilization against the Vietnam War did not develop for years, after tens of thousands of deaths had been tallied. Opposition to later United States intervention in other parts of the world developed swiftly. Opposition to the Reagan administration's Central America policy may have prevented full-scale United States intervention in Nicaragua and El Salvador. The Bush administration's war against Iraq followed months of rapidly organized demonstrations and debate. President Bush's dismissive statements about the war-making powers of Congress produced a public outcry that finally pushed Bush to seek legislative approval for the war. Concern about protests and public opinion contributed to Bush's decision to halt the war quickly. The long-term effects of peace activism are more faint but most important of all. After the Viet Cong victory in 1975, American foreign policy elites struggled to develop new policies that reflected the lessons of Vietnam. Central to these discussions were debates about the effects of protest and public opinion on military strategy. The Reagan and Bush administrations adopted criteria for war-making that responded to what had transpired during the Vietnam War. The criteria stressed the importance of public support, clear objectives, and the likelihood of quick and certain victory, factors that had been poorly considered by the Pentagon during the Vietnam War. In the Clinton administration, conservatives in Congress criticized American military involvement in Somalia, Haiti, and the former Yugoslavia. Many also criticized American efforts to broker peace in the Middle East and Northern Ireland. Even longtime hawks questioned how much influence the United States could have in countries with vastly different histories and cultures. Echoes of the anti-war movement could be heard in debates a generation later. The environmental movement has produced an impressive legislative legacy as well as fundamental changes in Americans' attitudes toward nature. The Environmental Protection Agency and the Clean Air Act amendments came in 1970. Other laws addressed pollution in coastal areas, oil spills, pesticides, endangered species, and even noise pollution. The boom in participant sports, concern about nutrition, and changing attitudes about sprawl-style development also resulted in part from the movement. In a survey of the modern environmental movement, Mark Dowie wrote, "It became virtually impossible to build a dam, open a landfill, fire up an incinerator, drill a deep injection well, or store nuclear waste without an immediate, well-organized response from surrounding communities, backed by solid understanding of all relevant laws and regulations." Dowie maintained that recent grassroots activism did more than mainstream interest group lobbying and litigation to reduce pollution and encourage industry to reduce and recycle wastes. 23. Like other movements, environmentalism has encountered resistance from potential supporters. Many liberals have rejected environmentalism because of its costs for poor and working class people. Richard Hatcher, the longtime mayor of Gary, Indiana, complained, "The nation's concern with the environment has done what George Wallace was unable to do, distract the nation from the human problems of black and brown Americans." 24. More recently, however, minorities have seized on the environment as an important civil rights concern because minority neighborhoods tend to bear the brunt of dumping, incinerators, and other placement decisions. Civil rights has given environmentalism the one defining characteristic it had lacked, an appeal for justice. Traditionally, as Mark Dowie has pointed out, environmentalism was the only major movement not to invoke justice to arouse followers and confront adversaries. John O'Connor, the founder of the National Toxics Coalition, framed the issue clearly: "What good are any rights, free speech, religion, or assembly if we are not healthy enough or alive to enjoy them?" 25. The environmental movement has become a constant preoccupation of the public and industry. Companies like Mobil, DuPont, and Dow orient public relations pitches to environmental concerns. Corporations give millions of dollars to mainstream environmental groups, both to co-opt those organizations and to blunt the attacks of grassroots groups. Since the notorious Exxon Valdez oil spill, corporate contributions to green groups have increased to $20 million a year. Such public relations efforts produce complex effects. At the same time that they validate environmental concerns, they also undercut those concerns with reassuring rhetoric about corporate responsibility and an emphasis on individual as opposed to community responsibility. Long-term success need not be enshrined in law. Some protest movements changed important social arrangements by putting pressures on strategic institutions. By changing the way people work within formal structures, protesters can take a backdoor approach to changing the law. The anti-abortion movement dramatically reduced the availability of abortion in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Sieges of abortion clinics, pickets, verbal abuse, and physical attacks caused physical harm and shame for women seeking abortions. Patients were attacked, clinics were bombed and otherwise vandalized, and 5 clinic doctors and workers were murdered between 1993 and 1995. The movement has created such a chill over abortion that fewer and fewer doctors are willing to perform the operations. Nationally, about 1/5 of women seeking abortions cannot get them. One Planned Parenthood official said, "We have 28 family planning clinics throughout New England and we provide abortions in only 4 of them because we don't have enough doctors willing to perform the operations." 26. Some rural states have only one operating abortion clinic, which all but eliminates the possibility of a safe, legal operation for many women. Young doctors have steered clear of abortion. The percentage of residency programs offering routine instruction in performing first trimester abortions declined from 22.6 to 12.4% from 1985 to 1991. One medical student said, "There's so much controversy now, there's a feeling that it should be done, but let someone else do it." 27. Even if abortion is a formal right, in reality it is often unavailable. The most enduring effect of extraordinary politics may come not with specific policies but with changes in the rules of the game. Inclusion of new groups in the political process is one important example of such change. Minorities, women, handicapped, even prisoners have gained places at the bargaining table of politics as a result of protest. Activists develop their own niches in ordinary politics. Movement members often pursue careers in government and a variety of private enterprises to pursue the very interests that originally lured them to demonstrations. Much of the rise of interest group politics in the United States comes from earlier periods of protest. 28 Farmer and labor protests of the Progressive and New Deal eras produced a system in which interest groups were given autonomy in government agencies. The cabinet departments of Agriculture, Commerce, Defense, Education, Justice, Labor, and Veterans Affairs are only the most obvious examples of agencies captured by interest groups. Rather than developing policy oriented to the public interest, the government legitimizes the separate interests of factions. This fragmentation of policy not only strengthens vested interests but also undermines rational policy making and reduces the legitimacy of the government. On virtually every major issue in contemporary American politics, minorities, women, gays, the handicapped, the environment, community control of politics, activists have used extraordinary politics to influence the political system. Some of the greatest reforms of the century came after years of agitation by protesters. A peaceful civil rights movement did more to change the status of blacks and other groups than anything else other than the Civil War a century before. In the span of a generation, extraordinary politics has changed the face of American politics. Minor victories and failure. As obvious as the impact of protest on the American landscape has been, many of the victories of extraordinary politics are so small and evanescent that they might be ignored. But even minor adjustments in the political system can produce important long-term consequences. Minor adjustments in policy often alter the dynamics of the political process in important ways. Minor victories can elicit important responses from both participants and targets, changing the basic alignment of forces as well as the terms of the political dialogue. Policymakers complain that protest politics distorts policy priorities by pressuring the government to focus on more visible aspects of problems. A recent example is the politics of AIDS. After years of concentrating on new drugs and treatments, a federal research agency shifted its focus to studying the pathogenesis of the disease, its development within the body. Anthony S. Fauci, director of the Office of AIDS Research at the National Institutes of Health, complained that researchers had slighted pathogenesis earlier because of political pressures. We were constantly being diverted by the activists, by Congress. It was, what can you give me right now? Get those drugs out there as quickly as you can. 29 Immediate concerns overwhelmed long-term policy considerations. Another example is the environmental movement's focus on the practices of Western nations, which has caused them to ignore the serious but less visible problems of the Third World. Dirty air and water in developing nations kill more people than asbestos, P.C.B.S., pesticides, dioxin, and nuclear wastes. Water and energy projects that can ease water and air pollution are ignored by environmentalists. Things like African sewage are not sexy issues, so they fall to the bottom of the agenda, remarked one scientist. 30 Activists may attract attention to the causes most symbolically potent to their Western audiences at the expense of more immediate and solvable threats. The same dynamic operates on college campuses. Protests over issues of identity, the so-called political correctness debate, obscure more fundamental grievances of students and faculty. 31 Pitched debates develop over forms of address, programs for minorities and women, military reserve programs, and controversial speakers. Shunted aside are the more fundamental concerns of higher education, such as tuition rates, corporate influence on teaching and research agendas, teaching performance, the tenure system, budgetary policies, athletics scandals, faculty governance, treatment of staff workers, and community relations. Diversion from fundamental issues occurs in other ways as well. When activists win quick concessions from their protest targets, the result could be less reform than might have been possible with a long-term struggle. Concessions give elites a way to reduce the urgency of protest and to reassert unequal power relations. Consider the bus boycott in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, that effectively eliminated segregation on public transportation by June 1953. The victory came so quickly that the activists did not have the opportunity to take on a wide range of civil rights issues. The Reverend T.J. Jemison later acknowledged that the movement could have been more ambitious. My vision was not anywhere, at that particular time, other than to see that Negroes could sit down when they paid the same fare 32. If the protesters had faced greater resistance, they might have used their ample resources to confront more of the many interlocking racist practices that shaped the city's political and social life. Because of the political system's complexity, a quick but small victory can be negated by other changes in the system. Power holders treat different groups as variables in an equation. If protests produce concessions for one group or issue, the power holders might limit their losses by adjusting policies toward other groups. Rent concessions gained in a tenant protest or strike, for example, can be counterbalanced by landlord cuts in maintenance or security spending. If early victories are not consolidated, the result could be restoration of the status quo. Union-sponsored boycotts against corporations, for example, cause a quick drop in the values of stocks. But after a 5-day plunge, prices typically rally and reach their pre-boycott levels. 33 In such instances, the effectiveness of extraordinary politics hinges on whether the activists can reinforce boycotts with other actions. A quick victory also prompts counter-mobilization efforts by the adversaries of activists to assert themselves more forcefully. Movements often arise simply to oppose existing movements. The anti-abortion and pro-choice have fed each other for decades. Strategic lawsuits against public participation or SLAPs were filed in record numbers in the 1980s to increase the costs of neighborhood protests against new developments like shopping centers and airports. 34 Other forms of intimidation can be even more crippling. Violence, stigmatization, social isolation, and blackballing test activists' commitment. J. Edgar Hoover, the longtime director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, ordered wiretaps of civil rights and peace activists and spread rumors to impugn their character. Most notoriously, Hoover wiretapped Martin Luther King and spread lies about King's alleged ties to communist figures. The F.B.I. once sent King a tape of his extramarital encounters and threatened to expose him if he did not kill himself. President Nixon used both the executive branch and his campaign organizations to harass and intimidate activists. The Watergate scandal included dirty tricks against political enemies, particularly opponents to the Vietnam War. Co-optation is a constant danger. Conflict can be ritualized and thereby neutralized. 35 Public and private officials might try to bring the most effective activists into their camp. Shrewd politicians may spot the protest leaders and entice them to cut a deal to end the conflict. The deal might include the creation of a study commission, inclusion in formal decision-making processes, participation in the implementation of programs, and material rewards. In return for these benefits, the activists cease their protests. Once the activism has died down, the concessions can be rendered void or meaningless. Meanwhile, the public is satisfied that the system does a reasonable job of accommodating the full diversity of community views and interests. The nuclear freeze movement's co-optation by the Reagan administration and Congress provides a case study of the waning effects of protest. 36. A variant of co-optation is the divide-and-conquer strategy. Groups that might logically be allies, students and workers, blacks and other minorities, environmentalists and community organizers, the church and workers, can be mobilized against each other with some enticements. Sometimes raw power is the preferred method. President Nixon ordered subordinates to arrange for union workers to beat up student demonstrators. 37 Examples of the divide-and-conquer strategy at work are legion. Environmentalists are pitted against workers, liberal feminists against radical feminists, lesbians against working-class mothers, military workers against peaceniks, blacks against Hispanics and Asians. The technique is not new. Ethnic rifts have been manipulated by elites throughout American history. After a steel strike in 1918 and 1919, for example, strike breakers got the following orders: "We want you to stir up as much bad feeling as you possibly can between the Serbians and the Italians. Call up every question you can in reference to racial hatred." 38. Even when groups fail to achieve their stated goals and die out, they might be considered a success because of their educational function. A New York welfare rights organization, started and run by welfare recipients, involved thousands of people and produced a major change in the consciousness of members. Mothers who brought their children to movement activities, in fact, strengthened their own family structures and began to initiate a new generation of politically aware people. A welfare movement might seem an odd place to develop traditional family values, commitment to intact family units and self-help, but that is just what happened. Even as actual benefit levels oscillated, a larger sense of purpose was fostered. 39. Small-scale victories and defeats mark just the beginning of serious political activism. To translate small victories into larger gains, a movement must sustain a campaign over a long period of time. Activists need the time and the resources to pressure, puzzle, and demoralize elites. Perhaps even more important, their adversaries have to be vulnerable. These conditions usually do not prevail, so protest usually fizzles. But sometimes the changes that protest brings can modify not only specific policies, but also the very shape of the political system. Political realignment. Short of a restructuring of the constitutional system, the greatest change that can occur in ordinary politics in the United States is realignment. Extraordinary politics has been at the forefront of changes in political party shifts in the past World War II era. The concept of alignment refers to the way different groups ally themselves with political parties. The Democratic and Republican parties each enjoy long-term support from a number of factions. Usually one party dominates national politics. When enough factions shift from one party to another, a realignment occurs. As E. Euchner noted, every time a group moves from one political coalition to another, a new majority and a new allocation of power results. 40 James L. Sundquist argues that a realignment involves a change of basic orientation. It is when the political norm itself changes that realignment occurs, Sundquist wrote. The concept applies, then, not to voting behavior as such, but to what underlies voting behavior, to the basic party attachments of the voting citizens. 41. When basic loyalties change and significant segments of a party's coalition switch to the other side, realignment occurs. Realignments change the basic character of American democracy. The most enduring realignment occurred with Franklin D. Roosevelt's dominance of American politics. Roosevelt's New Deal coalition, composed of urbanites, blacks, workers, farmers, the South, immigrants, Catholics, and Jews, dominated American politics from his election in 1932 until well into the 1960s. Roosevelt's 1932 election turned on Republican President Herbert Hoover's inept handling of the Great Depression. But the Democrats' coalition also arose out of important social movements: labor, farmer populism, good government progressivism, early civil rights, and suffragism. Even the bitter anti-Hoover sentiment spawned extraordinary politics: the potent symbolism of Hoovervilles, tenant riots, relief office sit-ins, unemployed worker demonstrations, labor recruitment drives, even Communist Party rabble-rousing. Other electoral realignments also sprang in part from extraordinary politics: William McKinley's Republican election of 1896, which constituted a backlash against populism; the Republican abandonment of Reconstruction in 1876, which resulted in part from Southern resistance to military occupation and the rise of secret societies like the Ku Klux Klan and vigilante movements; and the rise of the Republican Party in 1860, which resulted from bitter and organized strife over slavery. In recent years, election scholars have proclaimed the end of realignment and the rise of dealignment. 42. Important factions have become disaffected from both parties, but the factions have not coalesced in great enough numbers to create an enduring new balance of power. Many factions of the old Democratic coalition, especially white men and Southerners, have shifted their allegiance to the Republican Party, but even more have become independents, a group that now constitutes about one-third of the electorate. The result is that neither party claims a mandate or authority over the political system. What is left of the parties might be controlled by disparate social movements. As Richard Flax has noted, the party within a party might drive American politics for the next generation. 43 Already social movements committed more to their distinct causes than an overarching party identity or philosophy have a great deal of influence in setting the two major parties' agendas and internal balance of power. Extraordinary politics has done much to shape American party coalitions. Extraordinary politics brings new people and issues into the political arena. Throughout modern American history, it has brought minorities, women, evangelicals, workers, and students into the political system. Extraordinary politics also shapes people's perceptions of ordinary politics. Even when activists act outside the basic structures of politics, they gain an understanding of the limits and possibilities of those structures. Black political participation, for example, has shifted from protest to electoral politics and government. At the national, state, and local levels, blacks once prominent in grassroots politics have won elective and bureaucratic offices. Protest has also helped to shape electoral politics throughout American history. The agriculture movement's radicalism contributed to the creation of the People's Party and its later incorporation into the Democratic Party. The Grange movement and the Farmers' Alliance mobilized millions to confront monopolistic railroads, storage companies, banks, and international business concerns. These movements provoked a deadly backlash from business and other conservative interests. Elites poured millions of dollars into William McKinley's 1896 campaign against William Jennings Bryan for the presidency. Business, banks, cities, and blacks were all solidly behind the Republican Party in those years. What resulted was nearly solid Republican control of the government until 1932, interrupted only by Woodrow Wilson's two administrations. The Great Depression gave rise to street politics and helped to create the most impressive party system in American history. Workers, the unemployed, people losing their homes to foreclosure, communists, and blacks all took to the streets in frustration, creating a widespread peacetime dissent to a degree unseen in American history. Franklin D. Roosevelt pulled these groups into the New Deal coalition that dominated United States politics for nearly half a century. The civil rights movement produced the greatest impact of extraordinary politics in recent years, reshaping electoral coalitions for a generation. As President Lyndon Johnson signed the landmark Civil Rights Act of 1964, he remarked to an aide that he was effectively delivering the South to the Republican Party for the next generation. He was right. Civil rights and other related issues, such as welfare, crime, and the breakdown of the family, created a backlash against the Democratic Party. Candidates such as Richard Nixon, George Wallace, and Ronald Reagan directly benefited from the backlash. Between 1968 and 1992, the Republicans won 5 of 7 presidential elections and also ended Democratic dominance of Southern politics. In 1994, with the American population moving from the Rust Belt to the South, the Republicans took control of Congress. The development of a more active federal involvement in social policy strengthened the South's alienation from the Democrats, and the issue of taxes emerged as the cost of social programs grew. Taxes became the subject of protest from California's Proposition 13 in 1978 to the tax refusal movements of the 1980s and 1990s. The tax issue's potency extended beyond economic security to issues like race, social programs, bureaucrats, narrow liberal special interests, and centralization of power. Disaffection with taxes offered an all-purpose weapon to use against the liberal and activist forces dominant in a variety of social issues. George C. Wallace's rhetoric typified the reaction, "We don't need $500 million being spent on bureaucrats in Washington of your hard-earned money to check every school, every hospital, every seniority list of a labor union." 44. Such bombast grew out of protests' discontent, but trumped the fragmented discourse of extraordinary politics. The Democrats were especially driven by faction over foreign policy. The new Dove wing of the party, which dominated the presidential nomination process starting in 1968, undermined the party's tradition of internationalism, and the movement against the Vietnam War contributed to the breakup of the Democrats' coalition. Bitter battles between hawks and doves undermined the Democrats' coherence on military and foreign affairs. Controversies over the environment and trade also stemmed from Democratic ambivalence about the role of the United States in the world. The Republican Party benefited in the 1980s and after from the rise of an evangelical Christian movement. The social conservatives who formed the front lines of the anti-abortion movement generously gave both money and manpower to Republican candidates. In 1992, however, increasingly strident rhetoric that the United States is a Christian nation undermined the Republican convention and contributed to the defeat of President George Bush in his re-election campaign. The cultural conservatives clashed with the party's economic conservatives, who seek lower taxes, less government regulation, open trade policies, anti-labor stances, and public assistance to business. Despite some similarities, the economic conservatives were more pragmatic and sometimes dismissive of the values demands of the activist Christian right. Extraordinary politics shapes local political power structures and alliances even more. Grassroots movements place important issues on the community agenda, challenge the formal structures and procedures of government, provide a school for politics, and provide the margin of victory or defeat for many policies. One veteran of political and social movements asserted that movements have fundamentally reshaped the basic power structures of cities. Cities that once were dominated by tight circles of the economically powerful, Richard Flax has argued, now more closely approximate the model of politico-cultural pluralism. 45. Elites in business, the bureaucracy, and private institutions still set the parameters of decision-making, but because of grassroots movements, the system offers more open access. The old system of urban politics, which required subservience to elites and bosses, has been transformed. Veterans of social movements mount electoral campaigns and put constant pressure on local officials. Indeed, there is probably no major city in the country whose politics has not been affected by the separate and combined efforts of movement activists to win at least a piece of local power. Flax wrote. 46 Modern innovations of local politics stemmed from movement pressure, the passage of California's Environmental Quality Act, the development of neighborhood revitalization projects under Chicago's Harold Washington, the inclusion of minorities in San Antonio's political structures, the development of school choice programs in New York's East Harlem district, the rejection of construction boondoggles across the nation. In city after city, social movements operating without the old constraints of party machines have remade urban politics. A study of community organizing in 5 cities, Birmingham, Dayton, Portland, San Antonio, and St. Paul, concluded that such grassroots activism has strengthened democratic processes and could be gradually expanded to play an even greater role. The activists have fostered a sense of empowerment without at the same time undermining the city's governability. In fact, the more aggressive these groups were, the more they played constructive roles with elected officials, agencies, and businesses. 47. Protest and cultural revolution. One day's heresy is the next day's conventional wisdom. Causes that once seemed outrageous, over time, have won acceptance from the general population. Challenging the prevailing ideas and values of the community, then, might be the most significant contribution of extraordinary politics. I am sure that the power of vested interests is vastly exaggerated, compared with the gradual encroachment of ideas, said John Maynard Keynes. 48 In short, ideas matter, and they endure in institutions and in the habits of everyday life. Extraordinary politics has consistently transformed the discourse of politics in the United States. Movements for civil rights, suffragism, and other women's rights, peace, the environment, gay rights, and handicapped rights were considered extreme and threatening in their early stages. In recent years, however, broad majorities have accepted the agendas of these movements. Conflict over their goals continues, but in a different key. Even when backlash develops, the basic consciousness of the community is changed forever. The social movements of the 1960s produced a whole new American culture. The personal politics of those movements from feminism to gay rights transformed the way people relate to others in both public and private realms. The counterculture encouraged widespread experimentation in sexuality, family arrangements, and drugs. Environmentalism changed consciousness about the limited resources and the public effects of private acts, but also challenged the dominant paradigms of capitalist and bureaucratic efficiency and rationality. The civil rights movement produced a new confidence and sense of worth to blacks and other minorities. Later on, the Black Power movement mixed anger and righteousness into the new feelings of black dignity and undercut the nation's cliches about assimilation and melting pots. Cults and religious experimentation, intellectual fads like existentialism and transcendental meditation, and alternative family arrangements all owe themselves partly to the characteristic willingness of extraordinary politics to experiment. One enduring legacy of 1960s protest is the idea that the personal is the political. The New Left's manifesto, the Port Huron Statement, is thick with the language of alienation and self-realization. The New Left, said activist Morris Dixon, aimed not to appropriate the means of production but to change the character of human relations. 49. The feminist movement developed this concern more forcefully and coherently. Many factors contributed to a personalization of politics: the mass media, the complexity of social problems, the decline of parties and permanent community associations, but the rhetoric of protest certainly abetted the process. Protest demands are cast in terms of the dignity and compassion of individuals. 50. Modern protest attempts to arouse feeling for the victims of unfair social structures and practices. Participants in protests are taught to pay close attention to their personal feelings and needs. This personalization of politics often extends to leaders in movements. The transformation of consciousness produced by protest often begins with somewhat mundane concerns. Once authorities are questioned on one issue, they are questioned on many others. A protest of a tanning company's pollution in Yellow Creek, Kentucky, began when mothers developed concerns about the health and safety of their families. "My kids were denied a good swimming hole," one activist said. "It was so unfair to live with the creek on both sides of my kids and it couldn't be used for nothing." 51. Women shared concerns about family members' breathing troubles, birth defects, and other health problems. As the protest developed, the women gained a broader understanding not just of the corporate role in modern social problems, but also their own place in society. A feminist consciousness developed. "It took me a while to realize I had a brain of my own and what I wanted meant something," another activist said. 52. That new consciousness could be as important a consequence of activism as the environmental problem that originally prompted the protest. Ironically, the most radical movements in recent American history helped to produce the makings of a new libertarian consensus. 53. The New Left arose in opposition to the liberal establishment, rejecting its commitment to internationalism, bureaucracy, the corporate state, the multiversity, and mainstream media and culture. Most New Left alumni tend toward the Democratic Party because they reject the Republicans' ideology of the marketplace and the corporate state. But the libertarian impulse undermines and sometimes even cripples the Democrats' commitment to an activist government. The libertarian strain of modern movements undermines the search for workable governments and programs. As the years go by, it stands apart from an engagement in the messy work of politics and from the institutions that might make politics work. The libertarian consensus smothers a different consensus of community and collectivism beneath the surface of American politics. In the words of Robert Bellat and his colleagues, Americans speak a second language that emphasizes commitment and mutuality. 54. This language lurks beneath the individualistic, economistic, bureaucratic, scientific discourse. Likewise, at the same time that extraordinary politics stresses issues of individual rights and other personalized concerns, it also offers structures that reinforce the secondary language of mutuality. The two languages are at war with each other within movements as well as in society at large. Activism since the 1960s contributed to the creation of a two-track culture, increasingly at war with itself. Probably the most difficult splits involve what James Davison Hunter has called Culture Wars 55. Cultural controversy intersects the lives of most Americans, even those who are or would like to be totally indifferent. 56. On issues like abortion, pornography, drugs, crime, race, sexual mores and behavior, homosexuality, childcare, divorce, domestic violence, and public education, two great coalitions engage in hand-to-hand combat at all levels of the political system. Loosely aligned under the banners of orthodoxy and secularism, the two sides do not speak the same political language and are incapable of political compromise, respect for the other side, or even ground rules for their conflict. Culture wars develop and people resort increasingly to extraordinary forms of politics when political discourse loses its common vocabulary. The hyperpluralism of modern times undercuts the common virtues and experiences of people who live together in the same community. Culture wars grow out of a resolute inability to find common ground on society's foundational concerns, basic values about life, right, and duty. Alastair C. McIntyre wrote, "The self-assertive shrillness of protest arises because the facts of incommensurability ensure that protesters can never win an argument. The indignant self-righteousness of protest arises because the facts of incommensurability ensure that protesters rarely have anyone else to talk to except themselves." Protest rhetoric, according to McIntyre, serves to conceal behind the masks of morality what are in fact the preferences of arbitrary will and desire. 57. The battles, well organized, directed, and funded, can degenerate into something especially bitter at the street level. The cultural divide has shaped every conceivable issue animating American politics and, indeed, the politics of much of the rest of the world since the 1960s. 58 Traditional and modern values serve as the all-encompassing rally cry of modern movements. The evangelical activist Frankie Schaeffer said in 1984, "The time has come for those who remain to band together in an ecumenism of orthodoxy." 59. On the other side, secularists disdain the culture of belief as superstitious, irrational, and unreasonable. 60. When one side states issues in a polarized way, opponents respond in kind. Consider some of the epithets that liberals use to describe their opponents: right-wing zealots, religious nuts, misanthropic cult, fanatics, extremists, moral zealots, fear brokers, militants, demagogues, homophobes, latter-day cotton mathers, patriots of paranoia. Likewise, consider conservative epithets for liberals: godless, regnant evil, ruthless, forces of Antichrist, secular humanist, masters of deceit, anti-Christian, militant, intellectual barbarians, insidious, terrorists, and about as nonpartisan as Joseph Stalin. 61. None of these words can even speak to the other side, much less forge agreement on basic standards for politics and everyday life. As extraordinary politics has contributed to cultural fragmentation, it produces political identities that speak to parts of the culture but not the culture as a whole. Because they are so highly charged, protest movements can produce lasting symbols of the culture. Even for people who were not part of the events, the 1955 Montgomery bus boycott, the 1963 March on Washington, the 1969 violence on New York's Christopher Street that ignited gay rights activism, the 1970 killing of student protesters at Kent State University, and the 1984 vigil outside the South African Embassy in Washington have become important parts of the nation's psychological landscape. 62 These cultural touchstones help people to define their place in the political order. By gaining a kind of landmark status, they gave legitimacy and permanency to their causes. They are revisited in national debates the way monuments and battlefields are revisited by tourists and history buffs. The gay rights and AIDS movements have changed the American landscape of sexual identity. What started tumbling out of the closets at the time of Stonewall is profoundly altering the way we all live, form families, think about and act toward each other, manage our health and well-being, and understand the very meaning of identity, Andrew Kopkind wrote on the eve of the Gay Rights March of 1993. All the cross-currents of present-day liberation struggles are subsumed in the gay struggle. 63. Kiss-ins and die-ins, AIDS quilts, confrontations at pharmaceutical companies, condom giveaways, flamboyant clothing and jewelry, and the use of shocking language have challenged homophobic attitudes and the mores of straight culture. Gay cultures, and the tentative incorporation of gay styles into straight life, have changed identity in politics, the workplace, schools and colleges, sports, mass and fine arts, and even the military. Formerly radical personal statements of identity, such as men wearing earrings, have become the norm. It is difficult to determine the importance of such developments, whether they merely represent swings in fashion or a broader shift in people's understanding of the complexity of their identities. The environmental movement has attempted to go even further. While the agenda of the radical group Earth First lies far outside the mainstream, the group's activities have prompted not only important policy shifts but also a considerable rethinking of the environmental movement. The movement has been forced to reconsider its consensual approach to politics. Ideologically, Earth First challenges the relation of the human species with other animate species and indeed the whole inanimate world. The group rejects the human species' claim to dominion over the Earth, going so far as to argue that humans ought not to enjoy priority over other parts of the ecosystem. A grizzly bear snuffling along Pelican Creek in Yellowstone National Park with her 2 cubs has a life just as full of meaning and dignity to her as my life is to me, argued David Foreman, an Earth First founder. 64. For many, Foreman's statement invites instant ridicule. But even when extreme viewpoints are rejected, they subtly influence the political discourse. In the course of rejecting extreme viewpoints, people take them seriously, if only for a moment. The cultural implications of protest discourse cannot be underestimated. Political education. A set of myths haunts protest politics. One myth holds that after activists have played at politics during their impetuous youth, they grow up and become conservative and conformist members of society. They shuck off the misbegotten ideals and plunge into the mundane routine of making money and families. Engagement in politics is limited to voting, often for Republicans. Another myth has former activists so burned out and cynical that they cannot even manage to achieve the safe and conservative life. In yet another myth, protesters are hopelessly lost in a time warp, as in the caricature depicting an aging hippie wandering aimlessly under a cloud of marijuana smoke in old hotspots of radicalism like Madison and Berkeley. Each of these myths contains some truth but also conceals more positive truths. Enough examples of maladaptive former activists exist to provide colorful copy and footage for newspaper and television retrospectives about the 1960s generation. But the reality is that most people who get involved in extraordinary politics continue to pursue the ideals of their activism into adulthood. They do not always remain on the front lines of protest, but they display the values in voting behavior, career pursuits, child-rearing practices, and community activism. Once baptized into activism, one stays in its church. Political education is perhaps the most important product of protest. Politics is like sports, learning requires doing. People cannot learn with only theories how to recruit activists, maintain an organization, or devise tactics any more than they can learn how to swim on land. Participating in complex process like a social movement and negotiating with people inside and outside the movement teaches not only political skills but also tolerance and reliability. People who participate in democratic political movements usually carry their commitments throughout their lives. Even when political commitments shift, the patterns of political action continue. The social theorist Karl Mannheim argued that politics and society march in generational groups. Youth experiencing the same concrete historical problems may be said to be part of the same actual generation, Mannheim wrote, while those groups within the same actual generation which work up the materials of their common experiences in different specific ways, constitute separate generation units. 65. History is studied with the styles of politics shaped by specific generational experiences. The Depression generation, the World War II generation, the Silent generation, the Counterculture generation, and the me generation are all terms used to describe styles of politics. When these generations take control of government and business, they offer those institutions the distinctive visions and blind spots of their own formative experiences. The frustrations of a generation may attract more attention than any other aspect because of their drama and poignancy. The Big Chill generation of the 1960s experienced this inevitable letdown after the civil rights, anti-war, and student movements had run their course. Many biographical accounts show a confused generation, its members struggling to come to terms with themselves, their imperfect youths, an imperfect system, and ideals that were often unrealistic. Cut off from normal support systems like family, church, and even fellow protesters, activists can plunge into anomie and depression. Those with the greatest commitment may be the most vulnerable to this feeling of letdown. Indeed, activists in the Mississippi Freedom Summer experienced divorce and shaky careers in disproportionate numbers. 66. Peter Collier and David Horowitz's angry memoir of the 1960s, Destructive Generation, provides one extreme example of the disillusionment created by the 1960s generation's unmet ideals. Horowitz wrote of the New Left, "Compassion is not what motivates the left, which is oblivious to the human suffering its generations have caused. What motivates the left is the totalitarian idea. Impotence was our only innocence. In struggles all over the world, we pledged our faith and gave our support to the perpetrators of the totalitarian deed. The compassionate ideas of our common heritage are really masks of hostility and contempt. Had imbued us with the greatest racism of all, a racism that was universal, never allowing us to see people as they really were but only as our political prejudices required." 67. Not all activists lash out like Collier and Horowitz. Some disappointed activists instead withdraw from politics. After a year working on anti-poverty causes, one young woman became so disappointed that she dropped out of politics altogether. "I went through a period where I wasn't really interested in social problems anymore. I felt that I had nothing realistic to offer." 68. Disappointment, in short, can lead to passivity as well as a greater intensity. One symbol of the tragedy of the 1960s was the suicide of Frank Aller, an Oxford University friend of future President Bill Clinton. Aller's story became well known during the 1992 presidential campaign, when disclosures about Clinton's evasion of the draft provoked a new national debate about the Vietnam era. After helping to organize anti-war demonstrations and agonizing over the draft, Aller refused induction into the United States Armed Services. "I hoped that the spectacle of young men refusing to fight would somehow move the conscience of America," Aller wrote to a friend. 69. Aller's protest led to a protracted struggle with United States law enforcement authorities and a more personal struggle to confront basic moral and personal issues. Aller watched as friends moved on in their lives and feared that he would forever be haunted by nagging questions about the war. He finally took his own life. Other draft evaders faced similar crises. 70. Although tragedy inevitably occurs, extraordinary politics also produces a positive legacy. The values forged in 1960s protests carried over to electoral politics: commitment to civil liberties, concern about issues of equality, and professional activities. People active in campus politics in the 1960s were more likely to participate in politics as adults. 71. A long-term study of college activists, for example, found that before they became active in college, activists did not exhibit a greater degree of tolerance than non-protesters. But involvement in political and social movements transformed them. On issues of separation of church and state, racial integration, and civic tolerance in general, the activists showed a broader perspective than non-activists as the years passed. On specific issues, the protesters continued to take a solid liberal position while their classmates took consistently conservative positions. 72. A study of feminist activists concluded that they carried their values into mainstream institutions. 73. Another study of student activists in Florida found that students who participated and even those who just observed became radicalized. The major impact the civil rights movement had on white students was to radicalize them. The direct experience of being involved in a hostile struggle generated a radical reappraisal. Whites discovered the depths of federal, state, and white institutional complicity in maintaining a system of segregation. The timidity and reluctance to aggressively prosecute civil violations forced many to rethink their idealistic sentiments about how a democracy works. As the militant insurgency escalated in the late 1960s over the Vietnam War and other divisive issues, the non-activists were open to opposing views. The strongest influences were indirect. 74. Interviews with activists from a wide range of situations show the same thing. Involvement and exposure to extraordinary politics produced fundamental and lasting personal transformation. 75. Even those who go on to make fortunes often retain or return to their early passions. 76. Protesters hold to their commitments partly because of the solidarity they felt for their fellow activists and the isolation they felt from the outside world. When people are thrown together in this way, the experience fosters a spirit and a bond not easily dissolved with the end of a movement. 77. It is something of a boot camp experience. As different as their backgrounds and eventual goals may be, protesters find that the experience of being thrown together for a brief, intense period produces strong bonds. Extraordinary politics necessarily involves some confusion. Despite their outward appearance of self-assurance, activists often remain perplexed about their motivations and ideals. Activists doubt not only the way politics operates but also social structures like families, schools, professions, friends, and selves. 78. At the same, they maintain many of their attachments and loyalties to these institutions. A mixed legacy should come as no surprise. All great political movements produce unintended consequences. Years of political strife on the streets, on the campuses, in the political parties, on the airwaves have taken a toll on the mood and outlook of American society. The battles of the latter half of the 20th century contributed to cynicism and alienation. Cynicism offers an easy and destructive response to the difficulties of politics. Rather than to confront the difficult issues, build coalitions, and piece together policy, the cynic dismisses the worthiness of all politics. People who might otherwise be attracted to the political arena resignedly retreat to the private sphere. The irony is that cynicism perpetuates a bankrupt status quo, since cynics mock reformers and the spirit of change as well as elites. Extraordinary politics and the regime. So many streams converge to produce public policy and political culture that it is impossible to isolate the role of extraordinary politics. As history shows, important reforms incubate in executive agencies, congressional committees, think tanks, and courts. But before institutional incubation, some kind of pressure must be exerted. Likewise, cultural shifts develop from innumerable processes. Outsiders as well as insiders instigate efforts to reform. The impulse often strikes in surprising and unsettling ways: crises, accumulations of grievances, breakdowns of ordinary routines, and produces unpredictable results. The complex process of politics includes dissent and collective action. Extraordinary politics is an essential part of any healthy democracy, but not enough for a healthy democracy. 8. Beyond extraordinary politics. Hannah Arendt wrote in The Human Condition. To live together in the world means essentially that a world of things is between those who have it in common, as a table is located between those who sit around it. The world, like every in-between, relates and separates men at the same time. 1. The people around the table share a basic equality and dignity, but bring different perspectives to the discussion. The separation helps people to avoid falling over one another. Because members of the group foster difference and unity at the same time, the community is greater than the sum of its parts. More important, this kind of public space can produce the enlarged mentality that enables real development and transformation to occur. 2. As Arendt suggested with her table analogy, a viable democratic system requires open deliberation of common concerns. Deliberation entails careful consideration and balancing of perspectives on issues, not just a simple tallying of preferences. It also requires a long-range assessment, not just a concern for immediate desires and interests. Deliberation occurs in a variety of settings: governmental bodies, community and professional associations, labor unions, mass media, and colleges and universities. Ensuring fair access. A seat at the table is difficult enough. Fostering deliberation of important issues is even more difficult. Extraordinary politics plays a vital role in getting people involved in public discussions, prodding lethargic public and private bureaucracies, and putting important new issues and dilemmas on the public agenda. But the very nature of extraordinary politics renders it insufficient for a robust democracy. Extraordinary politics depends on unpredictability and instability. To confront adversaries with superior resources and legitimacy, activists need to bob and weave. They must constantly improvise goals and tactics. Often, they are not sure exactly what they want or how to get it. As a result, extraordinary politics is fragmented, a condition ill-suited to a thorough exploration of issues. The limitations of protest become apparent when activists attempt to challenge not just the patterning of who participates or receives benefits but rather the very nature of the system. When protest aims to improve a group's political status within existing structures like the early civil rights or feminist movements, it has a good chance of succeeding. The goals of inclusion are relatively easy to understand and publicize. But complications arise when the movement attempts to alter the system's very foundations. The civil rights movement faltered when it developed a broad critique of complex economic and social structures. The movement not only lost its focus but also angered many supporters and third parties. Internally, factions developed, mistrust festered, and contradictory goals and tactics emerged. This is not to say that the movement should not have evolved and adjusted, only that it lost its core identity and its modus operandi. Whenever a movement moves beyond stark and isolated issues, it confronts a bewildering tangle of competing groups and goals. Movements provoke the formation of countermovements. The more thorough the deliberation, the more simple oppositions give way to complex, contradictory, and shifting coalitions. Connecting issues with the larger, complex context is essential, but it also can make deliberation confusing and uncertain. Complex issues are hard to deliberate in the ad hoc world of extraordinary politics. Extraordinary politics reinforces a tendency in modern politics to increase government activity. Most protest politics demands some government response to problems. Even when protesters want the government to curtail its activities, such as when AIDS activists demanded that the Food and Drug Administration make drugs available with less testing, elaborate standards and procedures must be mandated. Protesters seek particular benefits or safeguards. The result is that government becomes more and more clogged. Ultimately, the dilemma of extraordinary politics might simply be the dilemma of big government or government structures and processes that do not fit the problems of the time. Only a reimagining of government, at all levels of the system, can enable the public sector to regain its effectiveness and legitimacy. One prominent critic of government expansion wrote, "If I could get legislators to do just one thing, it would be to take a political Hippocratic oath: first, do no harm. Just attack things you can do something about. 3. A similar injunction might also apply to extraordinary politics. Politics requires political and social institutions that engage citizens in debate and discussion. These institutions must not only decide what issues are important enough for public deliberation but also enjoy enough legitimacy that people honor their decisions. Without formal political structures that citizens accept," Arendt wrote, "politics resembles a spiritualistic séance where a number of people gathered around a table might suddenly, through some magic trick, see the table vanish from their midst. 4. People need more or less permanent structures in order to pursue politics. That is beyond the reach of extraordinary politics." Legitimacy of the regime. As the 20th century draws to a close, political systems across the globe confront crises of legitimacy, and this worldwide undercurrent of political unease includes the United States. American institutions have failed to address the most important challenges of the late 20th century. The government has failed to address basic problems like fiscal crisis and debt, poverty, healthcare, housing and homelessness, street crime, family breakdown, nuclear proliferation, and political corruption. This basic failure of governance has created a general disengagement from ordinary politics and the rise of extraordinary politics. But extraordinary politics offers a limited response to the deep-seated social and political problems and itself exacerbates the declining legitimacy and authority of the system. The challenge of extraordinary politics can move into fundamentally different directions, restructuring or fragmentation. Because protesters are usually marginalized groups, they have a hard time producing a system-wide discussion of issues. Protest often takes the form of one side attacking another. As a result, the discussion tends to be polarized. It is often difficult to develop a focused political agenda that appeals to the community at large. If activists raise fundamental issues of democracy and engage the community in a reconsideration and reform of basic structures of governance, they can produce a new political order. The challenges of the age of Jackson, the Civil War, progressivism, and the New Deal produced major restructurings of the political regime. But when extraordinary politics fails to address the system's fundamental problems, parties and elections, bureaucracy, access to basic services like education, maintenance of public order, and fair distribution of income and rewards, it tends toward fragmentation. Such fragmentation appears to be one of the great legacies of modern extraordinary politics. What extraordinary politics does best is to raise important issues. Dissent can force the public to engage in dialogues about new or neglected issues. As we have seen, extraordinary politics played a critical role in raising virtually every important issue of American politics since the 1960s. But because extraordinary politics is not integrated with the larger political regime, it is inadequate to the task of producing what Daniel Yankelevich has called public judgment. Public judgment is more than the simplistic gut reaction to an array of policy options typical of public opinion surveys. Public judgment is a process that requires open and knowledgeable political institutions, as well as a spirit of give and take. It is a thorough reckoning of an issue and the consequences of a wide range of policy proposals as well as what it will take to implement them. Public judgment requires consciousness raising, working through the different aspects of the issue, and final resolution. Americans know how to accomplish a large part of the process, especially at the beginning stages and at the end. It is the middle part, the working through, that America does poorly. 5. What makes processing issues difficult? The two requisites for solving a tough problem, Yankelevich wrote, are will and means. 6. Extraordinary politics can help shape a community's will to confront difficult issues. But it does not provide ways to implement reform. The temper of extraordinary politics is adversarial and subversive, it aims to undermine rather than to construct. The task of extraordinary politics in places as diverse as the United States, Russia, China, South Africa, Ethiopia, and France is not only to subvert objectionable systems but also to provide for adequate alternatives. Once problems have been identified, viable solutions must be provided. This often requires simultaneous processes of destruction and construction. In a provocative manifesto toward judicial activism, Judge Richard Neely offered criteria for judicial activism that also might apply to extraordinary politics. Neely is an anarchist in robes. Judges, he said, throw a bomb on the assumption that if the status quo is disrupted, the new status quo, reflecting the new consensus, must necessarily be better. 7. It is an assumption common to extraordinary politics. Disruption works if it provokes action from existing structures. Legislatures lumber because of fragmented committee systems, overloaded calendars, servility to constituents, and coziness with well-connected interest groups. Judicial activism forces legislators to act. Legislators addressing unpopular issues, like prison conditions or treatment of the mentally ill, can tell their constituents that the courts forced their hands. They can say, in effect, the devil made me do it. For judicial activism to be constructive, however, the rest of the political system must have coherent procedures and institutions to follow up on court orders. The judge cannot expect disjointed or fractious agencies to implement decisions, especially if a nest of competing narrow interests are involved. If a court orders reform of prison systems, for example, the criminal justice system needs an adequate combination of resources, manpower, and will. Without the institutions that offer the means for policy reform, major judicial initiatives produce only confusion and resentment. The misadventures of school busing is a case in point. Extraordinary politics bears the same limitations as judicial activism. Once activists raise important issues, the rest of the political system needs formal structures to devise and deliver reforms. Without such structures, the reform impulse resembles water without a riverbed, a wild, loose force with no means of control or direction. The result could be frustration, cynicism, resignation, and distrust of the political process. The civil rights movement presents a model of an outsider movement working with the basic principles and structures of the regime to reformulate those principles. The movement's appeals to religious and constitutional principles prodded the American system to guarantee basic political rights to blacks, particularly in education and electoral politics. Martin Luther King's rhetoric at the March on Washington in 1963 appealed to Americans to live up to their obligations under the Constitution. If the states had been allowed to continue suppressing the basic rights of blacks, the entire system would have lost legitimacy and been crippled in international as well as domestic affairs. Extraordinary politics does not always enjoy the luxury of fighting the system and affirming it at the same time. In fact, the rhetoric and style of extraordinary politics constantly undermine the system's legitimacy. Activists attack the integrity of power holders, formal political processes, and guiding principles of the system. The language of revolution in some movements undermines the possibility of working cooperatively with formal structures. Activists are misfits, in the literal sense of the term. Since the 1960s era, protest has cluttered the political space, making the development of coherent and coordinated policy difficult. Wilmore Kendall's critique of John Stuart Mill's Open Society applies also to the clamor of extraordinary politics. For debate to produce truth, Kendall said, speakers must recognize the duty to seek out common terrain with others. Simply forcing more and more rhetoric into the public space will not produce productive speech. Kendall criticized the extraordinary notion that the discussion process, which correctly understood does indeed forward the pursuit of truth, and does indeed call for free discussion, is one and the same thing with Mill's unlimited freedom of speech. They rest, in consequence, upon a false conception of the discussion process. What they will produce is not truth but rather deafening noise and demoralizing confusion. For the essence of Mill's freedom of speech is the divorce of the right to speak from the duties correlative of that right. The right to speak is the right to speak ad nauseam, and with impunity. 8. The constant expansion of the political agenda undermines the system's ability to deal with those issues. The government and the public are both overwhelmed. The issues overload the political system, making careful deliberation difficult. The demand orientation and extreme rhetoric of extraordinary politics also hamper the prospects for negotiation and bargaining with the rest of the system. Rather than fostering a process of give and take, protesters attack the system from the outside. Anthony Oberschall noted, non-conventional conflict lowers the welfare of the target group, if only through public embarrassment, such as may result from a demonstration, civil disobedience, or a hunger strike. Much non-conventional conflict does create damage, injury, and disruption. Conventional means, by contrast, are the exercise of persuasion, influence, and bargaining in negotiations and routine political transactions. 9. One faction's gain is another's loss, and those who stand to lose dig in to oppose change. The result is a political standoff rather than mutual engagement. To produce lasting change in the political system, activists must find structures that they can engage over the long term or construct new alliances and structures. Parties, unions, and neighborhood associations, for example, could offer useful places to consolidate movement activity. Ultimately, extraordinary politics may be a conservative force in American politics because it fragments community discourse, undermines institutional means for reform, alienates the general public, and serves as a safety valve for discontent. The most radical movements, in fact, may undermine the possibilities for radical reform. When radicalism exerts its energies toward street-level activism, it averts its focus from structural reform. In disavowing formal politics, protest also undermines the notion that anything but outside agitation is worthwhile. As the United States entered its third century, evidence accumulated of the need to restructure the system. Possible reform issues include the financing of political campaigns, party organizations, executive-legislative relations, the legislative structure and process, control of the bureaucracy, social welfare issues, the federalist system, and the crises of public and private debt. Beyond these imposing problems at home, the United States also faces a number of crises that demand international responses. The scope of many basic problems: environmental degradation, proliferation of lethal weaponry around the world, deindustrialization, health epidemics, rampant vicious crime, and the decline of basic civility appears beyond the control of American institutions. The complaint once reserved for cities now extends to the nation as a whole: it is ungovernable. 10. Thomas Jefferson said the American Republic should experience a revolution every generation or so. Exactly what Jefferson meant is open to interpretation. But clearly, Jefferson considered it essential for the nation to reconsider its fundamental ideals and structures. With such a periodic reckoning, citizens would understand the nation's basic principles and engage in the political life of the system. The system might not seem so distant, dusty, or abstract. Reconstructing the polity. A 1935 Supreme Court ruling in a poultry case might seem a peculiar place to begin thinking about a reconstitution of the American regime. But Schechter Poultry Corporation v. United States sets out important standards for understanding the limits and possibilities of both ordinary and extraordinary politics. In his landmark study, The End of Liberalism, Theodore J. Lowy argued that the expansion of policy making has produced less authoritative law. Rather than clearly detailing what people ought and ought not do, laws express general principles for policy and then leave the details of policy to the agencies charged with implementation. Laws increasingly use terms like fair, timely, practicable, equitable, and the like, rather than strict and certain standards to hold people and structures accountable. Under this legislation of sentiment, Lowy argued, there is no letter of the law, only a spirit. This rule of non-law opens the system to the influence of organized interests that lobby rule-making agencies, because the agencies always have the possibility of altering specific rules and regulations. True democratic deliberation, in which people with formal government authority make certain decisions, is impossible. In Schechter, an abandoned precedent that Lowy would restore, the court argued that Congress was derelict in its legislative function when it failed to specify exactly who had to do what and when. When a law is too vague to define clearly the rights and responsibilities connected with it, the judiciary ought to reject it and tell Congress to rewrite legislation until it is clear. 11 Such judicial scrutiny would encourage legislation that sets clear mandates, limits the power of the bureaucracy, and curtails the influence of lobbies who thrive on vague legislation in behind-the-scenes bureaucratic maneuvering. Extraordinary politics is problematic for much the same reason as the rule of non-law in Congress. Like Congress, activists cannot seem to make distinctions between questions that are amenable to political or governmental solutions and those that are not. To be sure, it is possible to articulate a rationale for the government to intervene in a broad array of issues. But to attempt to address all of society's concerns has the effect of trivializing truly fundamental issues. Political action involves what economists call opportunity costs. The attention given one issue detracts from that given to another. When minor issues clutter the public arena, they detract attention and resources from the fundamental issues. Politics cannot do everything, so what it does it must do well. Consider the animal rights movement. Activists have performed a public service by calling attention to the arrogant and brutal ways that scientists and ordinary people often treat creatures in the name of progress. The movement has also explained linkages between the environmental crisis and the greed and waste of the livestock industry. But the movement trivializes itself and detracts public attention from some of the larger principles involved when it takes uncompromising positions on the rights of animals and pets. Attacks on scientific laboratories and furriers do succeed in getting the attention of some of the people involved in the exploitation of animals. But these attacks often conflate complex issues, rather than distinguishing defensible from indefensible practices, they treat all exploitation of animals equally. The movement's truly fundamental concerns about mankind's relation with the rest of nature fall by the wayside. For extraordinary politics to leave a lasting legacy in policy and law, it must devise agendas that can be incorporated into the larger political system or have the stamina to change those structures. As Judge Neely noted, the impetus for change can come from outside legislative and bureaucratic politics. But the formal structures of politics still need the capacity to develop a consensus, gather resources, convince skeptics, and entice and coerce recalcitrant citizens. Ultimately, activists must realize that some issues are best excluded from the public arena. The American political system is overloaded. Virtually every concern that different groups have makes it onto the agenda of federal, state, and local governments. This clutter overwhelms policymakers and distracts reformers. If progress is to be made on the major issues of the day, worker insecurity, tax fairness, healthcare, nuclear proliferation, human rights, the federal system cannot be distracted by matters that belong in other arenas. Yet the federal government has become the focus of responsibility for innumerable issues that might be better addressed by state and local governments or by community organizations. To be sure, the federal government should set basic standards for matters that affect people as Americans. But it is by no means an a priori truth that the federal government should get as entangled as it does in debates and policy for abortion, welfare, street crime, education reform, agriculture, the problems of delinquency, affirmative action, environmental issues, and electoral reform. Still, the federal government plays such an extensive role, producing volumes of new regulations every year, because of pressure from special interests and extraordinary politics. To be effective, policy needs authority as well as resources and institutional capacity. Just how many issues can a political community assume? To what extent can a community establish workable priorities when every trouble or concern of the population is considered a matter for government intervention? Samuel H. Beer wrote, "Chances for success in social engineering for the sake of outcomes will be enhanced if the agency delivering the cultural program has not only an administrative, but a political capacity and not merely consent, but active cooperation." 12. A narrowing of what is considered political might be necessary for government to develop effective policies and achieve democratic legitimacy. The major question facing extraordinary politics is just how open a pluralist structure is possible. Without community standards, without serious efforts to explore what concerns truly require common action, the political system may lose its ability to explore issues authoritatively. The system could degenerate into an inconclusive process in which groups simply try to block one another. William E. Connolly has suggested thinking of politics in terms of agonistic democracy. The central problem of politics is that construction of identity requires construction of difference, and difference is used to discipline and marginalize people and ideas. Such a community might foster conflict on some important matters while leaving other important matters alone. To Connolly, everything is contestable, but people also must learn to cooperate on common concerns. Conflict is important to developing a discourse in which people respect one another enough to pursue common lives but maintain differences. It is an approach that produces constant tension, not the kind of tension that causes anxiety and in turn produces blind conformity, but rather a flourishing of diversity and creativity. Point 13. Easier said than done, of course. A number of specific reforms might foster community involvement and government responsibility, starting with political parties. When they are vibrant, parties can involve millions of people in debates about basic public issues. Because they are such broad coalitions of interests, parties demand compromise and accommodation. American election laws now discriminate against parties in favor of narrow interest groups by allowing larger donations to political action committees than to party organizations. By switching those donation limits, parties and their broader political outlooks would get a boost. The Hatch Acts of 1939 and 1940 ban federal and state workers from engaging in partisan political activities, an unnecessary exclusion of millions of interested citizens from the public process. Both laws could be revoked without any damage to the public interest. Even more important is the civil service system. For a century and a half of American history, presidents and governors could offer positions in the bureaucracy to their supporters. The spoils system offered ordinary people an incentive to get involved in politics and to perform the work of government efficiently, since they risked losing those jobs if their patrons were voted out of office. There was value in the sense of union between common folk on the one hand and their public officers on the other. 14. But in the decades after passage of the Pendleton Act of 1883, the federal bureaucracy was transformed into an almost pure civil service system. In a federal bureaucracy of 2 million workers, less than 0.5% are patronage appointees. The consequence is a bureaucracy without external incentives, and citizens with little interest in party politics. Surely, many of the service jobs of government can be offered as patronage so that more people have a direct inducement for party activism. Another party-building strategy might be to offer free media to major party candidates, as is done in France. Such a system, especially if it uses France's requirement that the advertisements put candidates in front of the camera and its prohibition on slick production, could help parties speak directly to the people. These reforms would put the parties ahead of narrower interests. Returning workers to the table of democracy is another important step toward the reconstruction of politics in America. Labor unions have declined in recent years, with devastating effects for political deliberation. American labor law poses unreasonable barriers to workers seeking to organize their own bargaining units at the workplace. The so-called right-to-work laws undermine the incentives to band together. The National Labor Relations Board sets overly complex procedures for certifying unions. The NLRB and state governments do not punish egregious management suppression of organizing. 15 A multi-million-dollar industry has developed to prevent workers from organizing, according to one former union buster. 16. Unions represent the most basic of interest groups. Most people have to work most waking hours to support all of their lives' activities, but they do not enjoy adequate rights of association. If unions were permitted to form freely, their anti-government opponents might be surprised to learn how they might help to strip away complex and inefficient federal regulation. If unions were empowered to bargain their working conditions, workers would not need a plethora of contradictory and unworkable regulations that now cripple the American economy. Consider the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, the most hated government agency of the right. OSHA sets elaborate safety rules for workplaces in a wide variety of industries. Rules that specify standards for machinery design, noise levels, and assembly line processes were devised to meet the needs of the manufacturing workplace. But those rules are not always appropriate for emerging industries. The rules make sense for some industries like mining or automobile manufacturing, but not for others like chicken farming or data processing. If unions had more authority to work out fair and safe working arrangements, OSHA could fade away like an old soldier. Unions are not just a tool of empowerment but simultaneously a tool for cutting back government. Other organizations that might help to coordinate politics, in fact, that once did include local government, public schools, charitable societies, and civic associations. These institutions could bring people from the community together if they overcame their fragmentation and gained a greater degree of autonomy and freedom from complex rules and entrenched bureaucracy. One serviceable idea is the use of vouchers for schools. If families could choose schools, which, for their part, agreed to abide by basic standards for curriculum and equal access. Vouchers could revitalize public education. Schools would be more responsive to families, innovate with programs, and offer equal footing to all students. The best voucher plan would provide for state funding and building level control. 17 states could experiment with the idea, and even extend it to other public services like healthcare and recreation. President Bill Clinton attempted to strengthen intermediary institutions and also foster a sense of community with a national service program for young adults. The AmeriCorps program, known as a domestic Peace Corps, engages many of the people who have been neglected by ordinary politics. The program offers young men and women small allowances and college tuition benefits in exchange for participating in volunteer programs. By most accounts, the program has succeeded in making connections between the so-called Generation X and the communities where they have volunteered. But the program also has cost more than $25,000 per participant per year and has often got bogged down in government bureaucracy. Clinton might have promoted volunteerism more successfully without government programs. One approach, proposed in 1995 by Senator Dan Coats of Indiana, for example, might be to allow taxpayers to take $500 off their annual tax bill if they give it to the local charities of their choice. Government could help activists move into constructive roles in ordinary politics with a mix of tax breaks, direct grants, contracts, zoning policies, and access to abandoned housing and other assets. If neighborhood residents gain a long-term stake in the community, a whole cluster of social and economic structures might follow. A model is the Banana Kelly Community Improvement Association, a New York group that successfully fought the destruction of buildings in the South Bronx in the 1970s, evolved into a large-scale, democratically operated association. By the 1990s, Banana Kelly managed 52 apartment buildings valued at $50 million and sponsored or financed health clinics, vocational education programs, arid ma and pa commercial enterprises. Banana Kelly also allied with an environmental activist group to build a paper recycling plant on a 17-acre plot in the neighborhood that would provide 600 construction jobs and 900 full-time jobs running the plant, and it provided $6 million in seed money for a daycare center, a dormitory for homeless children, a college endowment fund, a small business loan pool, a literacy program, a bookstore, and a family learning and health center. 18. Reform is needed in the government itself, too. A number of experts have pondered how to reform the regulatory process to make it more responsive and less susceptible to interest group influence. Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer has written extensively about designing a regulatory process less cumbersome and more cognizant of the declining rewards of some rules. Another approach to simpler and more effective government is privatization. Contracting out to private companies for some public services, sanitation, parks maintenance, inspection, prisons, even schools, and police is controversial because of a potential loss of public knowledge and engagement in civic life. But if the providers are held to high standards of performance and oversight, some such spin-off schemes deserve a try. 19 Joseph Rees's examination of the nuclear power industry also suggests that some industries might regulate themselves if placed in a situation in which firms are so dependent on each other that they actively and jealously oversee one another's operations. 20 If government created the right conditions, such competitive dependency could improve other industries like communications, insurance, healthcare, and transportation. Also prominent in the debate on restructuring government is the larger idea of reallocating the basic functions of the federal system. The last major political figure in American politics to rethink seriously the roles of the different levels of government was President Richard Nixon. Nixon sought a federal takeover of policies that affect the interests of the nation as a whole, such as welfare and the environment, and decentralization of other policies to the states. Nixon achieved part of his agenda with revenue-sharing programs but failed to achieve a reorganization of the federal government. President Ronald Reagan also sought to reallocate federal and state functions, but his plan was incoherent and never had a chance in Congress. 21 Nixon's initiative would be worth another try in the 1990s, an age even more suspicious of government centralization. The most useful recent proposal for restructuring American federalism has come from Alice Rivlin, Director of the Office of Management and Budget in the Clinton administration. 22 Rivlin's goal is to strengthen the fiscal capacity of state and local governments. States have different capacities to raise revenues from income, sales, and other taxes. Wealthy states like New York can raise substantial revenues, while poor states like Arkansas cannot. Competition among states and localities for economic development undermines everyone's fiscal capacity. By offering generous incentive packages to lure manufacturers and service industries, subnational governments further undermine their precarious fiscal health. Rivlin proposed common taxes on income and sales. The states would collect taxes at common rates and put the revenues into a pool, which would be dispersed to states according to their demographic characteristics. No longer could industry play states and localities against each other so destructively. More important, perhaps, subnational governments would have the capacity. They need to provide basic services for their citizens. Government could be brought back down to a level where the issues are comprehensible and where ordinary people enjoy ready access. Former Albuquerque Mayor David Rusk has proposed a new metropolitan policy to enhance local government's ability to address their own concerns with less involvement by federal and state governments. 23 Rusk noted that areas with metropolitan-wide governments exhibit better performance on policies in poverty, housing, healthcare, and other key socioeconomic indicators. Areas with fragmented local government where people are segregated into dozens of jurisdictions in the same metropolitan area tend to serve their citizens less equally. The reason is simple. Large-scale local governments have access not only to a fair share of resources, but they also engage people of all backgrounds in one another's lives. With less segregation of groups by jurisdiction, no single faction gains control over local politics. Integrated jurisdictions foster more vibrant electoral and interest group competition. One-party rule is more prevalent in fragmented and exclusive jurisdictions than in inclusive and integrated jurisdictions. Politics is more competitive, engaging, and responsive. The chances for developing a larger scope of politics at the local level might seem grim. Metropolitan government, after all, is fragmented for a reason. Middle-class and affluent people's interests are served in segregating themselves from poor and blue-collar classes. 24 Affluent suburban areas tend to resist consolidation. The Supreme Court has supported taxpayers who do not want to be forced to participate in metropolitan schemes of governance, in the landmark 1974 decision. Milliken v. Bradley. The court ruled that cities may not force suburban jurisdictions to participate in busing plans to desegregate public schools. But many metropolitan areas have successfully consolidated their local government operations. Prominent examples include metropolitan governments in Indianapolis and Nashville, tax base sharing in Minneapolis and St. Paul, school desegregation plans in many southern cities, and Michigan's recent state takeover of most public education expenses. These initiatives suggest a willingness to consider the benefits of what might be called centralized decentralization. 25 Rusk has suggested using incentives in federal tax policy, grants in aid programs, and housing and transportation initiatives to encourage consolidation of local governments. While rethinking the possibilities of localism and intermediate institutions, it might also make sense to rethink the basic structure of the national government. The United States might work better with a parliamentary form of government. Parliamentary systems seem to give voice to a wider range of interests as well as to produce more authoritative action. Parliamentary systems offer more room for third and fourth parties, which affords the groups away from the center the chance to exert real influence in elections and government. Once a government is installed, collective responsibility ensures that the government's program has a good chance of enactment. When the government loses the confidence of the legislature and the public, it can be turned out of office without waiting for a new election or a crippling scandal. Administration and legislation are not estranged from each other. To implement a parliamentary system in the United States, of course, would mean fundamental, constitutional change. but some intermediate reforms might make the United States quasi-parliamentary. Proportional representation in legislative elections could bring more parties into government. 26 Weighing votes according to voters' rank order preferences could allow consensus candidates to fare better in primary and even general elections. 27 Allowing members of Congress to serve in cabinet positions could allow some coordination of agendas without eliminating the checks and balances between branches of government. Mechanisms for votes of no confidence in both branches of government could provide performance incentives and means for ending deadlock. To develop a more coherent national community, a better system for public discussions is also needed. James S. Fishkin has suggested a new structure for modern representative democracies that could accommodate the concerns raised by activists, consider many aspects of political issues, promote responsible bargaining and negotiation, and develop a community consensus. At the center of Fishkin's plan is an issues convention, in which political and social problems are deliberated openly as a way of setting the agenda for the public at large. The convention is a modern version of the ancient Greek lottery and jury system, in which ordinary citizens were selected by lot to consider issues and place them on the public agenda. Courts and juries well into the 19th century, we moderns often forget, took the initiative in raising issues and forcing the legislatures to act. The Issues Convention could perform such agenda-setting and consensus-building functions. 28. Fishkin's proposal might seem impractical, but it is actually a modern version of previous American forums for political deliberation. The Constitutional Convention was a model of deliberation, though it was closed to non-light groups and held in secrecy. The Electoral College, major party conventions, and political and social associations all have served deliberative and agenda-setting functions, albeit in imperfect ways. These groups often fell short in explaining themselves to the public, in offering open access, and in deliberating issues on their merits rather than their log-rolling potential. But they developed at least the form, and they showed that people can come together from different places to deliberate on common concerns. There is no reason why issues conventions, even if they fall short of Fishkin's ideal, cannot bring some needed focus and careful consideration to even the most entrenched institutions like Congress. President Clinton's occasional roundtable discussions about the economy and the environment show some of the educational potential of diverse gatherings. Political parties could take such gatherings a step further by using conventions to involve non-experts and produce real policy commitments. 29 Restoring deliberative conventions could offer a way to combine the power of public attention and opinion with the wisdom generated through deliberation. Toward a new political community. Could the kinds of reforms sketched out on these pages ever have a chance of being enacted? If the problem of American politics is the untempered clash of contentious voices, the influence of special interests, and the withdrawal from formal politics, is it reasonable to expect people to come together for fundamental change? Can Americans nourish notions of civic virtue that seem quaint and naive in our fragmented age of cynicism? Looked at from the jaded perspective of our times, the answer is probable no. The Constitution is notoriously difficult to amend. The Equal Rights Amendment, a simple statement of basic citizenship for women, failed to win enactment in the 1970s. Other major efforts to change basic patterns of government, such as the 1986 tax reform, the school reforms of the 1980s, and the downsizing of the military in the aftermath of the Cold War, also failed. An effort to guarantee all Americans basic health care, which all other advanced democracies offer, went down in ignominious defeat in 1994. Changes like campaign finance reform, which affect the vested interests of elected officials, seem to face the most difficulty. The only fundamental reform to show much promise of enactment in the past generation has been term limits of elected officials. In a larger sense, there is hope. Real political reform cannot be expected to originate with established and entrenched political interests. Perhaps the real answer to the viability question lies with extraordinary politics. It is awesome to think of the dramatic changes brought to American politics by the civil rights, feminist, anti-war, and various cultural movements. Across the United States, people have organized to address virtually every important issue that the nation and its communities face. These movements have great energy and creativity. The people in these movements have given themselves sophisticated political educations, and they have obtained for themselves important protections, benefits, and recognition. But they have done so separately from one another. The movements lack coherent organizing principles that would make them more creative and powerful forces at the national, state, and local levels. More than anything, they lack a vision of the whole of how local and sectarian struggles are related to the need for national renewal. In a 4th of July address at Independence Hall in Philadelphia, Czech Republic President Václav Havel implored Westerners to acknowledge their mutual dependence. Havel called for a new spiritual dimension to politics. People everywhere need to restore the awareness of our being anchored in the earth and the universe, the awareness that we are not here alone nor for ourselves alone but that we are an integral part of higher, mysterious entities against whom it is not advisable to blaspheme. 30. Such an age demands mutual recognition and respect, an appreciation of the limits of materialism, and an agreement to accept what is different while demanding equal dignity. Havel's rise from political prisoner to world statesman might appear to be an extraordinary event of our time. But Havel's argument is that anti-political politics is a necessary part of the post-Cold War era. Institutional reforms are necessary, but just as necessary is a rethinking of democratic politics everywhere. Extraordinary politics will be a regular part of the ongoing process of reconstituting democracy. The potential is great, as long as there is a recognition of the limits of politics. Struggle, sometimes even violent struggle, is unavoidable. But the acrimony of struggle must yield to consensus and modesty if humans are to survive their flaws and history.